All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new here, thank you guys so much for joining me today and for waiting patiently, as always, for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody is doing well today. Irfan, what's going on, man? Doing well. 223 Gaming. Tyler says new Infamous game? Perhaps. Shiv, what's going on? Isley. Thank you for that, Isley. Yeah, I'm going to be talking about Astrobot today. I'm going to be doing my 100% review. I finally have everything in that game completed. We did a members stream yesterday, a members gameplay stream, which I will probably mention a few other times throughout the stream to let members know in case they're unaware, and to also encourage others to potentially consider becoming a member to the channel to gain access to some of that content. Yeah, that was a fun stream. That was, I would say, one of the more intense gameplay streams we've done. It was reminiscent, and I know this sounds like a crazy comparison, but it was reminiscent of the members gameplay stream we did where I was playing Elden Ring trying to defeat, what was the name of that boss? It's like the hardest boss in the game. The name of that boss is eluding me. I'm sure somebody will help me out with it. But that was like a 2.5 hour stream and quite the struggle as well. Pretty crazy. Melania, thank you. Yeah, I don't know how I forgot that. I erase these things from my brain, you know. Oh yeah, we did the Until Dawn stream. That was a fun one too. Yeah, the Astrobot stream we did for members yesterday was definitely more reminiscent of the Melania stream. Lux in the chat says, MBG, did you see the report saying from January 1st to July 21st, Forza Horizon is the top-selling new game, even though it's 5 years old, on PlayStation with 3 million, ahead of Monster Hunter Wilds, Assassin's Creed, and Expedition 33? No, I did not. Where did that report come out? I did see that. Well, actually, I saw a report saying that it sold like 2 million units, but I don't know if this is a new one that just came out. That's shocking, if true. If that reporting is accurate, that's actually quite shocking. And man, I'm sure even Sony is like, what's going on here? It's on the PlayStation Reddit. Okay. Interesting. That's very interesting. Oh, I see it. Yeah. Although I will say this says it's coming from Alinea Analytics, and I've been seeing a lot of people claiming that they're not really accurate. I don't know. I've covered Alinea Analytics a couple of times. Well, assuming that their numbers are even remotely accurate, it seems like, yeah, it did really, really well on PlayStation 5. Like, really well. Kind of crazy, man. Kind of crazy. Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later on, or maybe we can. We'll probably talk about that later because we do have a topic that does discuss Xbox a little bit. The Ori and the Will of the Wisps developer Moon Studio basically caused a bit of a stir, saying that they're thinking about skipping Xbox for now, which has upset a lot of Xbox players, understandably so. They have their new game, No Rest for the Wicked, that's going to be coming out. But yeah, that's one of the topics we're going to be talking about. I'm asking the question, should the PlayStation 6 launch in 2029? The reason why I'm asking this question is because we have another leak, potentially. A rumor is what we'll file it under for now, from Detective Seeds, where he recently said that he was in contact with some, I guess, a PlayStation engineer who claims that that GTA 6 is going to be able to run at 60 FPS on the PS5 Pro. They've already got that working. Now, apparently, this PlayStation engineer, again, we have to take it with a grain of salt. We never know if this stuff is true or not. But the claim is that internally, the PlayStation engineering team is targeting late 2028 or possibly a 2029 release for the PlayStation 6. And actually, based off of everything we know so far, this doesn't sound that crazy. Like, basically, if this turns out to be true, it would signal that there was some kind of internal delay for the PlayStation 6. Sony decided to actually push it back. And I want to have this conversation, the likelihood of this rumor being true. Uh, should Sony, like, even if this rumor isn't true and they're still targeting 2027, would it be wiser for Sony to push it back to like 2028 and maybe 2029? So we'll talk all about that. And like I said, I'm going to be giving my 100% review for Astrobot. I did platinum the game a while ago, but I cleaned up the remaining trophies and bots that I needed. Again, we did this in a members stream yesterday, and it was a really good time. It was very difficult. But yeah, I just want to kind of talk a little bit more about Astrobot because I was really feeling it yesterday. I forgot how much I enjoyed playing that game when it came out last year, and it really just made me kind of hungry for more. It's a shame that there isn't more Astrobot, but very, very excited for whatever Team Asobi is going to be doing next. But yeah, we're also, like I said, going to be discussing this developer, Moon Studio. Basically, you know, this is a studio that made Xbox exclusives with the Ori games, saying that now they're going to prioritize the PS5 and they're thinking about skipping the Xbox, at least for now. So we'll talk all about that as well, and I'm sure we'll have some other things we're going to be discussing, along the stream. So before we dive into the first topic, which is this new report from Detective Seeds, this new scoop, if you will, I want to just thank everybody for watching the streams and supporting the content. I want to ask you to please take a moment, and if you haven't, hit that like button. We're sitting at 30 likes. Let's see if we can bump that up to 50. Not only does it let me know that you enjoy the content, but it helps with YouTube's algorithm. And if you want to support the channel directly, there are a couple of ways you can do that. Consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to exclusive content, like yesterday's Astro Challenge Run gameplay stream. Consider gifting memberships. We've been having a lot of people coming in, dropping a lot of member gifts, and showing big support for the channel and the community. If we hit 25 members, we'll give Boss some of his treats. Consider dropping a super chat or a direct donation. These are all ways in which you can help fund the channel and essentially sponsor the content. We are sponsorship free. You guys are the sponsors. So a big thank you to everybody who makes this possible. But yeah, let's dive into this Detective Seeds leak. He said yesterday over on X, the PS5 Pro 2026 update is going to carry the PlayStation 6 hardware generation, the PlayStation hardware generation Gen to the PS6 2029 release window. PS4 owners will be incentivized to upgrade to the PS5 Pro next year, and games will be rolling out more updates and patches, increasing how well they look and play on the Pro. This is what is allowing them to wait to release the PlayStation 6 in 2029, like I said a few months ago. He goes on to say, I know some people are saying 2028 for PS6, and they could still do the holiday season of 2028 if the head shed wants to push it out then. They have final say. But amongst the engineering team, they are targeting 2029 as the release to maximize the advancements they are making with the partnerships with AMD. And so again, this person, Detective Seeds, he claims to be in contact with a PlayStation engineer. People are questioning a little bit, like, if he's if he is in fact talking to a PlayStation engineer, maybe he's being a bit too risky out here, making it too easy for Sony to plug the leak, and figure out who exactly is the one leaking this stuff. But I will always encourage you guys to take these leaks, take them with a pinch of salt. We have to wait to see if they turn out to be true. But Detective Seeds has gotten things correct in the past. He's gotten things wrong as well. So it's a bit of a mixed bag there. But what makes this so interesting to me is the fact that recently we had that interview with Mark Cerny where he talked about the partnership with AMD. He talked about Project Amethyst and the rapid progress that they're making, but also at the end of that interview, emphasizing that this is for the next generation console and that it's a multi-year project. And a lot of people walked away from that and interpreted what Mark Cerny said as by multi-year, he's probably talking 28, 29. Not many people took that as 2027. And the reason for that is because 2027 is very close. It's really not that far away. I don't think that Mark Cerny saying multi-year project confirms it's not 2027, but I can understand why people interpret it that way. And I think the more important thing to kind of extract from it is how people seemingly want the PlayStation 6 to launch later, not sooner. I don't see that many people anticipating or basically expressing excitement for a PlayStation 6 that's going to launch in 2027. In fact, most of what I come across are people saying that that just feels way too soon. It feels like the PS5 Pro just launched. It feels like the PS5 generation in general is only just beginning. It feels like it's been a weird and strange generation altogether, and it got off to a very slow start. So, you have games like Death Stranding 2 coming out now, and I've been seeing a lot of people referring to that as like the first real PS5 game, maybe outside of like Spider-Man 2. And so you can understand why people like just from the player's perspective, from the consumer perspective, a PlayStation 6 in 2027 might feel way too soon, especially with the Pro being out. From Sony's perspective, I think that they have a lot to gain, frankly, if they choose to wait. I think Sony is maybe a little bit worried about the idea of Microsoft, you know, getting out ahead of them with their next box. But if their next box truly is just a PC hybrid and, it's going to feature Steam, I don't think Sony really has anything to truly be worried about. And if anything, they can maybe relax a little bit. Like, listen, you got the PS5, you got the PS5 Pro. No need to rush the PS6. The PS6 is going to be very important for Sony. We have a couple of super chats and direct donations. I'm going to start with the direct dono. We have two from Moonshot. He says 2029 release date only benefits us consumers, the PlayStation 5 gen as a whole, and first-party studios. We will get more out of the PS5 and a way more advanced PlayStation 6. You continue by saying first-party studios more time to get accustomed to PSSR for their next batch of games as well. Not to mention getting more than one game per studio a generation. Yeah, Moonshot, aka Josh. I know you've definitely been an advocate for Sony releasing a PlayStation 6 later on, and certainly later rather than sooner. And everything you list here, I think these are honestly, yeah, these are significant benefits that if Sony does make that executive decision, right, where we're pushing it past 2028, these are all things that could absolutely benefit, like you're saying, the player, the person who bought the PS5, the person who buys the Pro, and the studios as well, right? It does benefit the PlayStation 6 because the truth is, the longer Sony waits, the better they can make the PS6. That's just a fact. And so there's something else I want to bring up really quick as well before I read these super chats. And what Josh said here kind of made me think of it. It's the fact that the most recent rumors of the next generation Xbox, at first I thought it was the PlayStation 6, but we have a leak from Moore's Law is Dead. He leaked what apparently is the next Xbox APU, and it's going to be a monster. I know that sounds funny because that's literally what Microsoft has said about all the Xbox consoles, but basically everybody who's looking at the APU, if it is truly the next generation Xbox with 80 compute units and the GPU, they're saying like this thing's going to be like well beyond $1,000. It could even be beyond $1,500. And it does seem, it's pretty much, I don't say it's been confirmed, but it's, again, this APU leaked from the console business segment of AMD. And it seems like it's definitely not a PlayStation 6. Moore's Law is Dead. He speculated that it looks like a Mark Cerny design, but when you look at the pricing factor and the how wide the GPU is, it's more about just raw power, it seems much more likely to be the next generation Xbox. And yeah, it's starting to look like Microsoft is going to drop $1,000 or more console that will be extremely capable. It will be a very powerful console, like certainly will be more so than the PS5 Pro. It'll probably dwarf the PS5 and the Xbox Series X to a certain degree, but you will have to pay for it. And it will also seemingly be a PC on top of all that. Like it's mainly a PC, it's Windows based. If this is the case, it makes even more sense for Sony to maybe decide we're going to wait for the PS6. Because the expectation is, well, the PS6 has to be able to compete with this, right? And it's like, well, no, because Sony's not going to sell a console for $1,000. So if Sony wants to be there around the launch of this next gen Xbox, they're not going to be able to compete with the potential specifications and power factor. And that, you know, it will be reflected in the pricing, but Sony wants, look at what they're doing with the PS5 Pro. They don't want to be the weaker console. And if they are going to be the weaker console, they don't want to be far behind. And that just might not be feasible. So we have a couple of super chats here. We have Lux, and he says, with the Pro available, there's no reason for a PS6 for at least 4 to 5 years. Even if Microsoft releases another box, it's only getting PC ports. No rush for PlayStation. Yeah, I'm in agreement with that, Lux. I feel like maybe Sony was... You do have to wonder, like, how much of the behind-the-scenes decision-making with stuff like this, like timing of release, is influenced by information that they're being fed, right? So if we go back like even just 2 years, it seemed like Microsoft was going to do a proper next generation, a regular traditional console, just like they have done the whole, this whole time. And it seems like they were targeting 2026, maybe 2027. You do have to wonder if Sony, if they're privy to the same information we are, that's the bare minimum. They're like, well, that's what we got to target. We can't be multiple years behind the next Xbox. But maybe everything changes when you find out, or Sony finds out, I should say, that, yeah, this is going to be a PC hybrid that launches with Steam. So you guys release your games on Steam right now. So does that change anything? And I think if you're Sony, it's like, yeah, actually, that probably changes a lot. Plus the fact that Sony's putting Helldivers 2 on Xbox themselves, I'm really starting to feel this vibe that like 2027, I think, could be a mistake. Now, there's no guarantee that the information we're going over is correct, right? We have to take it with a grain of salt. I will keep emphasizing that. But if it isn't, and Sony does still target 2027, that might be, I don't know. I think there might be too much pushback where it's like, dude, not only is that thing going to be incredibly expensive, it's not going to, it's not going to be anywhere near the power factor potentially of the next Xbox. It's also not going to be anywhere near it in pricing. You might struggle to really show the difference between the PS5 Pro and the PS6. If Sony decides to wait 2 or 3 more years, even just 2 years, I guess it would be 2 years at that point. Yeah, I think that would really, I think that would benefit Sony more than getting it out sooner, truthfully. We also have Michael Lynch with a $2 super chat, and he says, Battlefield 6 trailer reveal this Thursday. Yes. Michael's hyped. Yeah, I saw that. I'm excited. I think this Battlefield game has a lot of potential. It's been a long time since I played Battlefield, but I'm a big Battlefield fan. I have hundreds of hours racked up in Battlefield games over the years, but they kind of lost me. So what we've seen with the leaks of Battlefield 6 looks promising. It looks promising. So I'll definitely be checking that out. And apparently the beta is going to be dropping soon. I think like August 4th is the rumored beta for Battlefield 6. Do Battlefield Community Night? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, their whole thing is large scale battles, right? So we'll see. We'll see. And Makui Ninja with a $5 super chat says, with FSR4 launching next year, as long as it improves image stability and keeps games running at 4K 60 or better, the PS5 Pro has a long life ahead. Yeah, I was thinking about that, Makui Ninja. I was thinking about how, like, Mark Cerny and Sony's marketing team, they seem to be really hyping up this big update for the PS5 Pro, and it's apparently going to be a really good one. I mean, Mark Cerny went on record saying, quote, the full fat version. He said it that way, the full fat version of FSR4. And that's a big deal because FSR4 is cutting edge. It's very, very, very close to DLSS. And DLSS is considered like, the gold standard that is really, it's what's been leading the way. But AMD's been really catching up. And FSR4 is like basically right on the heels of DLSS. And so, yeah, I mean, you figure they're going to be dropping this next year and they're going to make a very big deal about it. And I'm assuming it's going to be like a soft relaunch of the PS5 Pro. Honestly, I think it could be a soft relaunch. I don't think it'll get a price cut. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. But I think that they will come out and be like, here's a nice big marketing push for the Pro. And, if we go to what Detective Seed said, that's pretty much what he was conveying, is that the internal plan right now at Sony, if it's to be believed, is they really want to do a big Pro push next year, and they want that to be the thing that convinces anybody who's left on the PS4 to, the big push to, like, come on, now's the time. But when you consider how cutting edge FSR4 is once that's implemented in what they might call PSSR 2.0, I mean, yeah, you really have to start to question. I mean, bro, if the PS6 is coming next year, how are you going to differentiate the PS5 Pro from the PS6? I mean, look at this, I mean, if you look at the results that FSR4 produces, it's like, yeah, man, I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. This is like the big question that I've had this whole time talking about the PlayStation 6 and talking about a potential 2027 release, is it's like, how are you going to market this thing? And what is the price going to be? One other thing I want to mention here, this is a bit of the political aspect of it, but it is certainly worth mentioning because there is a chance the price of the PS5 is going to go up, or certainly the PS5 Pro. I'm not trying to like freak anybody out or annoy anybody, but if you've been paying attention to what's going on with the tariff situation, it's still ongoing. Not much has changed. Sony, the window is closing. They said a couple months ago that they have a stockpile of PS5s. If nothing changes with the tariffs, they may be forced to increase the price. If they do that, I mean, it's even more reason why they're like, we're going to have to delay the PS6. Because if the price of the Pro goes up beyond 700, the PS6 is cooked. Unless Sony says, let's wait until there's a new administration. Because that's the thing. Donald Trump's term is going to be up 2028. And if you think about 2029, that will be a new administration will come in, and there might be a completely different tariff situation. It's a very real possibility that Sony's looking at this and being like, yeah, we just got to wait. We just got to wait. Because if we don't, we're going to have to sell the PS6 at like $900. And at that point, it actually will be very close, presumably, to the next Xbox. We have Lux here with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says PS6 will be the most powerful console. Xbox is now PC. Yeah, I know. I don't want to just refer to the Xbox as a PC. Not yet. Not until it's revealed. I feel like I have to keep calling it an Xbox, like a Xbox PC hybrid, just because I have to see how Microsoft presents it first, because they might lean much more into the console side than I'm thinking they will. And if they do that, people might look at that and be like, no, that's a console. It's like, it is a PC, right? It is running Windows. But if they do a good enough job, it depends on how they market it. And maybe that's where Sony kind of caught wind. Like, dude, what are the chances that there was a phone call between Hiroki Totoki or maybe like Herman Holster, whoever, and Phil Spencer? And it's like, Yeah, we need to talk about how well Forza just did on PlayStation. I I mean, how how willing is Microsoft to truly treat Sony like a partner and not a competitor? And how much is Sony willing to reciprocate that? Like I guess what I'm trying to say is, and I'm going into like, I'm going into territory where it's like, who knows? Nobody really knows. But what if what if what if a conversation happened between Sony and Microsoft, and they just told them like, this is what we're doing? Just so you know, like the next console, it's going to be a PC. This is what we're doing. You don't really have to worry. This is just for our player base. We're not trying to, like, if anything, we want you to sell more consoles. If anything, Microsoft wants Sony to sell more consoles than them. I know that sounds crazy, but it's like what Lux said earlier. Forza Horizon 5 is apparently, according to Alinea Analytics, the best selling game all year so far on the PS5. And I feel like if you're Sony or if you're Microsoft, you tell Sony, like, do not worry about us. Like, we want to sell games on your console. This is the best thing for us. Maybe that would give Sony enough comfort to be like, oh, well, okay, all right, yeah, all right, let's just focus on the Pro then. I don't know. I don't know. We will know though at some point. And Omen86 comes in and he says, Hellraiser game coming. Hell yeah, Pinhead. You know what's interesting? I really don't know much about Hellraiser. I've seen it. Like, I haven't seen the movies. I mean, I've like come across the character. I remember playing Dead by Daylight. He was a character. Maybe I have to sit down and watch these movies. I know they're classics. And I saw a lot of people really freaking out about this new Hellraiser game. So I might have to look into it. We also have a few more direct donations, which I will read in just a moment. Omen, I have to let you know, man. Omen, this one's for you specifically. I don't know how long they're going to be up, but I released a line of hats. Got a little bit of new merch, and one of the hats is the Perma hat. Okay? Perma hat, PlayStation Zernick font. So, I don't know. Again, I don't know how long they're going to be up. But just a heads up, if anybody does decide to buy a hat, use this code MBG5 off. You get $5 off your order. Okay. But I think that expires on Friday. So just throwing that out there. We made it happen, Omen. Really, Prince? Gears L Day? Really? Venino, a member for 9 months, says Detective Seeds puts generic safe leaks. PS6 price nobody knows. We all were shocked, including you, with a $700 PS5 Pro. Xbox price will be the test. I mean, yeah, I don't listen when it comes to the validity of Detective Seeds leaks. I will admit I have not been following this individual that closely, so I can't really say whether or not he's had like a lot of things correct, a lot of things wrong. There's just a few things here and there that I know he got right, a few things I know he got wrong. Because of that, some people think he's just guessing. Listen, man, I've been doing this for a long time, and there's only a few people out there that I would say have solidified themselves as truly what you would call reliable, and it's taken many, many years for them to do so. Could this be a person that actually does have great contacts and is just kind of, maybe he's flying too close to the sun in some cases. He's putting too much information out there at one time, or he's being too, too forthcoming with it. Maybe. Boss. It's possible. It's possible. But, whoa, my God. Okay. So we got new treats for Boss, and he's got problems. Okay. Like, I don't know what they put in this batch of treats, but he's going crazy. So I'm going to just give you guys a little nudge. Let's see if we can get to that 25 member mark. All right. We're going to push for it. If we can do it, we'll be able to give him these. Like, okay, calm down. Back up. It's not time. It's not time. Oh my God. He's going crazy. 0 Point, you're saying Luke Stevens denies everything about what Detective Seeds said. I know Luke Stevens is very well known and very popular, but does he have sources? I'm genuinely asking. I don't follow him at all. I just know he's a really big YouTuber, so I don't know if he like puts leaks or information out there, or if he's saying that he's hearing something different, or maybe you just mean he's saying he just simply doesn't believe it. He doesn't believe it's accurate information. Does Boss ever chew on my headset? I don't think so. I don't think so. I have a couple more direct donations. Boss, please, come on, man. I don't want you to bite my mic. You know what he does chew on? He likes to chew on my mic or the wire connected to my mic. Trying to find the other direct donation. Okay. Yeah, we have Moonshot, aka Josh. You see him reaching? You see him extending his neck, trying to bite the stand? Come on. My God, he's losing it, dude. What did they put in this batch of treats? Moonshot says PS5 market dominance is to the point where game after game is skipping Xbox. PlayStation can render the next Xbox pointless by pushing the PS6 to 2029. And you continue here by saying the market is and will be so saturated by the PlayStation 5 that nobody will be making Xbox exclusives that will take advantage of the next Xbox. Not even Xbox will. Oh my God, dude. You can't be this. All right. I'm just going to have to give him an advance because he's really, like, he's nearly getting aggressive. I'm trying to, okay. All right, listen, I'm just giving him some treats now in good faith. This is a good faith gesture towards Boss that we will end up hitting 25 members before the end of this stream. Oh my Lord. Yeah, Josh, getting back to what you were saying, man. Yeah, that's another interesting angle to view this from, where Sony's plan here could be to just truly saturate the market as much as they possibly can with the PS5. Maybe there is still hope that they will be able to drop the price of at least the base PS5. GTA 6, we've talked about it numerous times. We will continue to talk about it. It's the juggernaut in the room. And I mean, you just have to imagine that this game is going to sell quite literally. I mean, I don't want to get too crazy with it, but I think GTA 6 alone could easily move 20 million PlayStation 5s. And like not at once. I mean like over like 2 or 3 years. I think it could easily get Sony to go from 80 million to 100 million, or if they're at 100 million, get them to 120. I really think it has that. It's going to have that level of gravity, if you will. And considering the PS5 will be the main platform for GTA 6, yeah, man, I think maybe it would make some sense for Sony to have a bit of a shift in plans, but we have to be careful because there is still every possibility that the plans haven't changed. There is still every chance, because the reason why it's tough to cover this is because I actually see, and I hope that Sony, listen, I don't know if Sony pays attention to this stuff. I don't know if Sony's paying attention to like any of this community or communities I see on the internet that talk about PlayStation. I hope that somebody is paying attention because they should be able to identify that people are literally celebrating the idea of the PlayStation 6 coming later. They're celebrating it. So the worst outcome here is, I'll say the worst, but the less ideal outcome would be, it turns out none of this is true. And yeah, they're just still targeting holiday 2027. I think there would still be an immense amount of hype for it. I think it would still do well, but I think there's no denying that there will be the big difference between the PS5 in 2020 and the PS6 in 2027 is there will be a noticeable group of people that are like, yeah, I'm good. No thanks. Pro is still $700. I'm good. Maybe Sony realizes that the PS5 Pro created a bit of a problem for them with the PlayStation 6. Like if there was no PS5 Pro, I think you'd see a lot more people okay with a PS6 in 2027. Omen, you disagree? You think PlayStation should steam ahead and dominate? Well, I mean, I'm just kind of, there's a part of me that's kind of curious, like what Sony could do with the PS5 Pro. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's a lot more they can do with it. Maybe they realize like we can kind of treat the PS5 Pro like a PS6 for now, right? Maybe that's all we need. There is also the fact, and this is another one. This is another thing to consider. There is also the fact that Sony will likely, regardless of when they release the PlayStation 6, cross-gen will linger for a long time. If they release it in 2027, cross-gen with PS5 is going to linger for years. If they release it in 2029, still going to linger for years. They might just, they might have decided that because we don't know how the PlayStation 6 generation is going to go sales-wise, the best padding and best cushion we could give ourselves is to really try to maximize PS5 sales in general. Let's try to push past 120 million. Let's try to get to 130 if possible. Can we do that? If they manage to do that with the help of GTA 6, it would make it so that if the PlayStation 6 generation gets off to a bit of a slower start, maybe it's more expensive, maybe Sony isn't really doing true exclusives, but doing cross-gen. There could be a myriad of reasons why people are not going to be as enthusiastic about the PlayStation 6 as they were the PS4 and PS5. If that does happen, it doesn't mean the generation will end poorly. It just means that it might get off to a slower start. And if they do that, or if that's what happens, choosing to, waiting for the PS5 install base to grow even larger, to cap it out, I guess you could say, to max it out. Yeah, that would, I think, really help them ultimately, because they could fall back on that a little bit. But I don't know. There's many different ways that Sony could do this. Well, I mean, dude, I agree, Omen. I agree 100%. Like, the PS6, it's going to be I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm not going to be stoked for it. It doesn't matter when it's coming. Doesn't matter how much it's going to be. I'm going to be there. I mean, I'm going to be, cheering it on. Unless they do something unless they make some kind of boneheaded move or something, where it's like, 3 steps backwards or something, which I don't think they will. I'll be there. Dude, I just gave you some. You need to stop. Boss is okay. Apparently, I got a batch of cat treats that, I don't know. Did they drug it? I don't understand what's going on. I've never seen him act like this. Can you stop? Is it because I got chicken flavor this time? PlayStation has never made any mention of 2027. PS5 started off with shortages and chip problems, delaying the timeline. Xbox is the outlier and loser who wants to move on from their failed console to PC. Well, you bring up an important point here. It's very much true that they have not. Yeah, they have never mentioned, as far as I'm aware, they have never mentioned 2027 as a year for anything. I think that's just been the only thing I believe we got were the documents that leaked out during the ABK trial that claimed 2028. So the target could have been 2028 this whole time, and maybe just recently they decided we'll push it back a year. Which, if that's the case, it seems a lot less dramatic, right? Like, oh yeah, we'll just push it a year. But it is worth noting that Mark Cerny did say that they're making incredible progress with Project Amethyst with AMD, like way faster than he expected. So I wonder what that means. Like that could also mean that, well, if we're doing this good now, if we wait just another year, if we push our plans back by just another year, what else could we achieve? That's another possibility. TLC leaked the next generation consoles with the new HDMI port. What did they say? 2028, Capono? MBG, crazy that Destiny 2, a 2017 game, was pulling in twice as many concurrent players than Helldivers 2, a 2024 game. New update or not. Helldivers 2 will need to push more to keep it relevant if it's the last years. I agree. Yeah, that's why I sit here and I do wonder what the plans are for Helldivers 2. They might need to move on to Helldivers 3 sooner than expected, maybe. But yeah, they're going to have to they've been doing a great job, Arrowhead, with the Helldivers 2 updates, but I do think that they're going to have to do something more as we go further into 2025 and 2026. PS6 Pro will probably be a thing at some point, yeah, certainly. Garrett, what's going on, man? Mr. B says he's still having a blast with Helldivers 2. Yeah, well, it still has a very healthy player base, truthfully. And it's about to get a nice little, shot in the arm, I guess you could say, with the Xbox release coming up. I don't know how significant it will be, but, it will do something, certainly. More players. That's interesting. Helldivers 1 was a crazy good game as well. I never did play Helldivers 1. The thing that really won me over for Helldivers 2 is when they did the more traditional third-person view, not the overhead view. They're going to do a Helldivers 1 remake. PlayStation 6 launch title. Now, I think the most interesting thing about the possibility of a Helldivers 3 is the budget. Honestly, like, you could tell Helldivers 2 is not made on the biggest budget. It had a much larger budget than Helldivers 1, but considering how important Helldivers 2 is to Sony now, and I forgot to mention this yesterday when we were talking about Helldivers, dude, Sony's probably going to give them one of the largest budgets ever whenever they decide to make a Helldivers 3. And you just have to wonder, like, what basically anything that Arrowhead could think of that they would like to do, but maybe didn't have the budget for it, they could do it. Certainly. Like at this point going forward. And that's why I feel like Helldivers 3, they're probably thinking about it more than they let on. Because Helldivers 2, you can't really fundamentally change, what the game is, because it's a, I guess they could do like a whole graphics overhaul or something, or swap engines or whatever. But I don't think there's a need to do that. I just imagine, like, if they begin work on Helldivers 3 and it will be like a next gen game, yeah, Sony will probably give them anything they need. Anything they need. The sky is going to be the limit for them. And if you're Arrowhead, well, truthfully, Arrowhead probably made so much money that they don't even need Sony's money at that point. But Sony will probably just give them more money anyway. I don't want to talk about that, Lux. I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about what that means. It's very sad in a way. I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe it just is a true highlight of the philosophy of don't try. Don't try and you will succeed. And we have Kazuya88 with a generous super chat coming in, 20 euro super chat, saying, "Hi, MBG, I beat Indiana Jones. Great fun game, but I think PlayStation games spoiled me. It had lots of bugs/glitches. Enemy AI is abysmal, NPCs are lifeless and graphics are good, but doesn't feel next gen. But I still like it. Interesting, Kazuya. I never did get around to playing more Indiana Jones. From what I played of it, I mean, I can see where you're coming from. I experienced like I think one or two minor bugs, nothing crazy, but yeah, I feel like Sony their studios, not all of them, but a lot of their studios, they really put that extra layer of polish on their games that I think is very difficult for a lot of other AAA teams to kind of match because, well, honestly, I think that extra layer of polish, Sony is literally paying for it. You know, I think that Sony, they've kind of been complaining about their budgets a little bit with their games, but that's kind of the price you have to pay, right? You have to be willing to delay your game for another year. You also have to be willing to, pay that money. The most expensive part of game development is paying the developers, yearly salaries, large salaries in a lot of cases, especially for these bigger teams. And that's why like delaying a game, even if it's for like 6 months, can be so devastating to the budget of a game. And yeah, I mean, Indiana Jones, I think it sold well enough on PS5. And if I'm not mistaken, they seem to have either directly hinted at a sequel to Indiana Jones, or if not hinted at a sequel, I think it leaked out through like a job listing or something that they are making another one. And what I will say is, man, if you're going to do an Indiana Jones sequel, please make it third person. Yeah, Petrov, I agree with that. Um, it's like the situation with Cyberpunk. Like some of these games, I feel like, especially Indiana Jones, it would just be, I'm sorry, it would just be so much better in third person. I enjoyed what I played of Indiana Jones and I thought it felt pretty good, in first person. I didn't have like a major problem with it. But anytime they zoomed the camera out and showed Indy in third person, like climbing a rope or something, or using his whip and whatever, I'm just like, I feel like this game should be third person. I feel like it would just benefit from it. I don't know. There's just some games that I feel like naturally lend themselves to being third person. And it's not to say that they can't work in first person. Like we see Indiana Jones works, but yeah, man, I have to admit, I'm kind of surprised they didn't put out an update to allow that. We just saw yesterday that the Ubisoft Avatar game got a third person update and it looks so much better. I'm like, why didn't you have this at the launch, man? Like, I feel like this just looks so much more appealing, generally speaking. It just looks way more appealing. I don't know, man. I love third person. That's my favorite camera angle in games. A lot of you guys seem to agree. But Kazuya, I'm glad you did enjoy the game overall, but I do understand where you're coming from. I do feel like there's just, like, I'm trying to not come off like snobbish, and make it seem like, oh yeah, Xbox games, they just don't compare to Sony. But I mean, it's like, yeah, I kind of know what you're talking about. I just feel like there's some areas of Sony's games and their studios where it's like, yeah, you could tell they're really going the extra, not just mile, but like 3 miles. Not all the time, not all the time, but you can, but that some people do question that. Some people question like, is that always necessary? And I think there's an argument to be made that not all the time. No, not every game needs to do that. And we'll see if they do a sequel to Indiana Jones. I mean, maybe that's what they're going to do, right? I always say that when these studios, they put out a first entry in a game, it can always be a little rough around the edges. Certainly. Like, this is not new. And sometimes it does take kind of like establishing that foundation, making the sequel. Because Indiana Jones is considered a very good game. To be clear, like, we're not talking about a game that's sitting at like a 60-something on Metacritic. But I just think that there are areas where it's like, if you can refine this and really work on it and elevate it. I think people will notice it. Certainly, I think anybody who played the original will notice it very, very quickly. You think it'll still be first person? Yeah, maybe that's why they didn't do third person. It would have changed the foundation of the gameplay too much. Venino says that's why Spider-Man cost $300 million. Dude, I'm telling you, I think Insomniac wasted money on some nonsense with that game. I've talked about it. I'm not going to get into it here. I've talked about it in past streams, but based off of everything I've learned about Spider-Man 2 and the Insomniac leak, I think that they wasted money on nonsense. And I think Sony was like, what's going on over there? Why is this game 300 million? Yeah, Neo. I mean, you do have to wonder how much money these studios are wasting. You know what I think was kind of crazy? Talking about studios wasting money. Now, I don't think this has ever been reported on, but I always had this thought. You remember when Sony announced, well, it wasn't Sony that announced it, but there was that new studio called, it was in 2021, Deviation Games. And I remember he was on it was Jason Blundell and Anthony Davis, I think. And they were the founders of the studio. They were from Activision with Call of Duty. And they announced Deviation Games. They said they're working on a new AAA game and they're working with PlayStation. And it sounded really promising. And I remember following them on Twitter, the studio, Deviation Games. And I feel like every week they were posting, whoever ran the Deviation Twitter account, they were posting all these events, I guess, that they were doing. Dave Anthony, sorry, I had that. Did I say Anthony Davis? Is that what I said? I said his name backwards. Thank you, Irfan. Irfan's here to fact check me always. But every week they were posting new stuff on their Twitter that made it look like they were doing events. And I was just like, man, this is a big AAA new studio. That's an extremely expensive thing. And they're just having a good old time, man. And if you look at what happened with Deviation Games, it just seems like they ran out of money, dude. Straight up, it just seems like they ran out of money. Sony was not willing to give them any more money. They were not hitting milestones, I believe. And I just wonder, is it possible that studio was mismanaged due to just they literally they spent money on the wrong things? And we know that Bungie is kind of guilty of that too. Bungie's been guilty. And I just what is Sony doing with these studios, man? I remember a big thing when we were learning about the issues that Bungie was facing, where it's just they had to list all these things that they were cutting. And half the things they were listing is why were you spending money on this anyway? This is totally unnecessary. They had a knitting class. What are we doing here? A knitting class? I mean, and I just think these studios, they get a little, not gonna lie, I think sometimes they get a little too comfortable. I'm not saying you gotta don't create a bad work environment. Don't create a dire work environment. You need to worry about the mental health, obviously, and well-being of your employees. But I don't know, man. I just think there's some stuff where it's is this really necessary? And if we do fall on tough times financially, is it, how's this going to look? I don't know. It's neither here nor there. That's a different conversation entirely, but yeah. So I guess just to kind of wrap up the first topic and the first main topic of discussion, Detective Seeds is claiming that internally the Sony engineers are targeting 2029 for the PlayStation 6. And a big reason for this is because starting next year with the big update for the PS5 Pro, Sony's going to have a big push to try to convert PS4 players to base PS5 and PS5 Pro. And we will see. We will see if this ends up being true or not. Hopefully it is. It all sounds great. GTA 6 running at 60 FPS on the Pro. Sony deciding to make the PS6 even bigger and even better. It all sounds great. But let's move on to the second topic here. And before we do that, I want to ask you guys, if you haven't, please take a moment and hit that like button. We're currently sitting at 73 likes. Let's see if we can get a push to get to 100 likes It definitely helps the stream. All right. So this next topic is certainly an interesting one. I have a write-up here from Push Square, and it says the next game from Ori and the Blind Forest developer Moon Studio is already available in early access on PC, but it's already been announced for PS5 and will come to Sony's console when it's fully complete. It's a change in approach from the Austrian studio, as up until this point, it hasn't released any of its games on a PlayStation platform. The two Ori games were eventually ported to the Nintendo Switch, but not the PS5 or the PS4. Writing on Discord, ever outspoken CEO Thomas Mahler set tongues wagging. Why does Push Square write their articles like this? Sent tongues wagging earlier today when he implied his company's next game could skip Xbox entirely due to market conditions. He says, quote, given current market conditions, we might only release on PS5 and potentially Switch 2 for the time being. We'll have to discuss with Microsoft to see what makes sense for Xbox. After these comments went viral, Mahler clarified on Twitter that he expects the game to launch everywhere eventually, but that, quote, just looking at the numbers, PS5 makes the most sense at the moment, end quote. We know that the PS5 has sold over 77 million units to date, while the Xbox is estimated to be less than half that. Switch 2 only just launched, but is already off to an impressive start and will likely catch up relatively quickly. Meanwhile, there's also been a ton of commentary about Xbox's ability to sell software outside of Game Pass. While we don't have any hard data on that, it's not uncommon to see games selling significantly better on the PS5 due to its larger install base and reduced emphasis on subscription services. It's perhaps worth noting that there may be some animosity between Microsoft and Moon Studios after one report claimed that the pair had split over toxic workplace allegations, which had been aimed at Mahler and his company. But looking at the CEO's comments, it seems he just considers PS5 to be a better bet these days in terms of potential addressable audience. For what it's worth, No Rest for the Wicked has been attracting rave reviews on PC for its stunning artwork and hardcore Diablo-esque isometric gameplay. And, yeah, it's... Some people have been... Some Xbox players are very much not happy with what's being said here. And we have Corey the Legend Landiga. Sorry I'm a little bit late, Corey. I missed it. I was reading the article. He comes in and he drops 5 membership gifts for you guys. I got it fixed, by the way.
I'll be back.
I got the soundbite fixed. And Corey, this one's also for you, bud.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
And we did give Boss some treats because he was absolutely harassing me. And he's staring at me right now. I'm trying not to look at him. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. I had to give him some treats because he wouldn't stop. Let's still push for 25, guys. Okay? Because believe me, he's the beast has not been satiated. The beast has not been satiated. I'm worried. And Omen86 comes in. He heeds the call. He says, let's drop 5 more gifts on these guys. Omen86. I'll give him a, let me see. Here, this one's for you, Omen.
PlayStation has been defining the gaming industry for the past 3 decades.
How you like that one? So, just like that, we are now sitting at 10 members on the day. So Omen's hype. He's like, yes, PlayStation greatness. By the way, I do want to let you guys know, I mentioned this yesterday, but I'm going to keep mentioning it because I know people are going to keep asking why is there no more poster here? I have a new one coming. All right. So it's probably going to be here in the next like 10 days or something. So there is going to be something going there. All right. And we have Henry 3K. Henry 3K is feeling the inspiration, and he comes in and drops 5 more member gifts on you guys, bringing us up to 15. He wants to keep Oops. He wants to keep the member train going. Henry, thank you so much, man. I'll give you how about a Herman Holst?
PlayStation has been defining the
Wait, no,
gaming
that was
industry for the
Hideaki
past
Nishino.
3
Hold on.
decades.
Henry 3K earns a Herman Holst.
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
I don't know, dude. I don't know why Herman Holst makes me laugh. Like it's not that he's that funny. It's just I don't know when I hear him talking, he just makes me laugh. So Henry, thank you so much for that, man. We'll see. So you're now set up 10 more member gifts. Does it? Well, I think we can do it. We have a really generous community here. And listen, I do want to let you guys know if you just received a membership gift or if you receive a membership gift over the course of today's stream, we did a special Astrobot gameplay stream yesterday. It was a 2-hour stream where it was very difficult, but I tried to complete the final mastery level of Astro, and it was a good time. It was a good time. Those who tuned into that stream live seemed to really enjoy it. So I want to encourage you, if you get that membership gift, go take advantage of the members content. We're going to have more members content coming. Of course, we're going to eventually be doing some Death Stranding gameplay. We're going to have more gameplay coming up, certainly. There are many more games I plan to get to. I'm just falling a little bit behind on Death Stranding. But yeah, we'll see if we can hit that 25 goal. Omen says, so far I've spent over 1,100 euros on Switch 2 and Switch games in the last couple of weeks. Damn, bro. Omen's all in with the Switch 2. And Shadow Link comes in with the 10 bomb for you guys. Shadow Link with 10 memberships gifted. He says, I want to be the one to get us to the goal. He does it. He says, one more this time. One more. Shadow Link's trying to surprise me, man. He's telling me yesterday, yeah, I think that's it, bro. That's all I got. I'm good. Comes in today with 10 more from the sky. Shadow Link, thank you so much.
Holy shit.
And Hellbound 1981, another legend, coming in, dropping 5 more member gifts for you guys. And just like that, not only did we crush the 25 goal, we are now sitting at 30 members just like that. Hellbound, this one's for you, man. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. You hear the same crazy Arnold for so long, and then you get a new one. And it sounds like Arnold backwards. And Omen 86. Omen 86 is keeping the member train going. He drops 20 more gifts. He's dropping them from the sky. It is now raining memberships on you guys. He drops the 20 bomb. Well, we know what soundbite I got to give Omen now.
Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built.
Oh, wait, hold on. It didn't show the video. But that's fine. The scream sounds fine. Boss is going to be stoked. He's looking at me. Boss can definitely tell something's going down over here. Good stuff. Listen, if you're a new viewer here, I have to say this too, because I haven't said it enough. If you're a new viewer, make sure you click any of the gift icons up top and opt in for the chance to receive a membership gift. I've been noticing we're getting some new subscribers. I've been noticing some new people, in the chat. So make sure you do that. Thank you guys so much. So that brings us to 50 members on the day, which means I'm going to have to do reps later on at the end of the stream. Let me update that. So we'll set the third goal. We'll see if we can make it happen or not. We'll set the third goal to 75. We cap it out at 100. And I guess there we go. If we hit 75, because we'll do reps for 50 at the end of the stream. We hit 75, we'll give Leia some of her catnip. Good stuff, guys. What's wrong with the chat? Hold on. Restart the stream. What's going on? I mean, on my end, everything looks fine. Did something break? We do have new emojis, by the way. Yeah, we've updated the emojis. Hellbound says it's good. Capono says he's confused. Omen says it must be failing Microsoft tech. Obviously. Joker Thief says he's scared. Fear not, Joker Thief. Fear not. And Isley comes in dropping a single gift. Isley is here to remind everybody you can always drop single member gifts as well. Isley, thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just double checking the chat, making sure everything's good. Yeah, it looks good on my end. Maybe some people saw the new emojis and they were like, something's broken. JMR's still putting out the member train emoji. He wants more. More. Oh, I should make that a soundbite. I should, yeah. Didn't I do that before? I feel like I made that a soundbite before. Kylo Ren screaming more. And Omen86 drops another single member gift. JMR says it's working. I got more. I got more member trains. So we're now at 52. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate that support. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, and will continue to say as long as it remains true, you guys are the sponsors of the channel. You guys make it possible to do this. It was a delay and an error code in the chat. Oh. Maybe the member gifting broke it. I mean, sometimes on my end, this doesn't happen that often, but on my end, the chat can glitch out when people are gifting, and it will show them gifting like, not in the chat, but at the top where it shows the green like circle box. It'll show it like 7 or 8 times. So it's like really off-putting for me because I'm like, what am I looking at? Did they just drop 7 or 8 gifts? That's why when Digital Dude is here and he drops like 10 singles, I'm like, I don't know if that's glitched or what's going on. But you thought Microsoft sponsored me? Yeah, they sponsored me, man. And I'm sorry, Armani Coleman. Armani Coleman with his daily super chat talking about Rise of Hydra, saying Rise of Hydra show gameplay in August or soon. Yes, Pepsi Coleman. I will continue to say, listen, it's going to be a devastating day for Armani. It's going to be a devastating day if we roll up on Gamescom and there's just no Rise of Hydra. It's going to be over for him. No, I think we'll. I mean, come on, we haven't seen that game in so long, and it's targeting next year. A lot of games that are going to be shown at Gamescom are going to be targeting next year. I feel like it's perfect time. Garrett Green says Thomas Maller back in January, quote, "You'd ultimately want everyone with a screen and a controller to be able to play all games in order to finally break through that barrier and make games available to everyone. I'd be surprised if Sony won't end up with the same strategy. People should buy the device that they like the most, but they should then have access to all the content," end quote. I guess so much for that. Yeah, well, I did see people throwing up previous issues, or not issues, but previous things that he was saying. So, and people were pointing out that there was a bit of a falling out with Microsoft and Thomas Mahler of Moon Studios. Apparently, I don't know how true that is. I haven't really been following it, but I don't know, man. Let's give Boss some more treats.
Boss, do you read me? It's time to feed the beast.
All right, that's enough for you today, Boss. Can't go overboard. He really likes these new treats, dude. These are just chicken flavored, and he's been going crazy over them. He's been going crazy. So, Corey, you enjoying the new emojis, man? I like that solid snake emoji. I was worried how that one was going to turn out, how it was going to look. I think it looks good. Armani Pepsi, man. Well, yeah, I mean, getting back to the topic that we were discussing, and guys, make sure you hit that like button, by the way. We're at 87 likes. I think we could bump that up to 100. Corey digs it. Good. Good. So, what I find most interesting about, I find the discourse surrounding this topic to be the more interesting aspect of it, because I feel like some people are kind of losing the bigger picture. They're losing the forest for the trees, right? And I know that this sounds like I'm going to basically be defending Xbox, but it's not that I'm defending Xbox, because frankly, I don't think there's anything to defend here. I just think that people need to keep in mind that, yes, we are watching the head of the studio talk about how, you know what, maybe it just doesn't make sense for us to release this game on Xbox right now. Maybe later on. We need to prioritize the PS5. At the same time, though, we are watching Sony say we should release Helldivers 2 on Xbox. At the same time, we are watching Microsoft say we need to prioritize releasing some of our games on PlayStation 5 because that's where they're going to sell best. I guess what I'm trying to say here is watching all of this is just kind of confusing. It's a little bit confusing because I think the discourse is constantly like, abandon ship, Xbox is cooked, but at the same time, you have Sony being like, wait, no, they're not cooked. Release Helldivers 2 on it. But then you got like a third party coming up being like, nah, they're cooked. I don't think we're going to release our game on it. It's very strange. It's very, very strange, honestly. And Omen86, member for 23 months. Omen, thank you for the long-time support, man. You know I appreciate it. He says, I've really been enjoying Donkey Kong. Astrobot held the throne for a while, but Nintendo is still king in the genre. Can't wait for Yote, though. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people talk about Donkey Kong now that it just launched, and that's interesting, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be talking more about Astrobot later in the stream. I'm going to be giving my 100% review, and I think I played Donkey Kong when I was really young. I remember playing a Donkey Kong game. It was over somebody's house. And I just remember really not being too interested in it for some reason, but I was really young, so I don't know what I was interested in back then. But I guess that's to say that my experience with Donkey Kong is minimal, pretty much nothing. I don't know if this is a game that I don't know, like I try to imagine like if Nintendo was like, here's Donkey Kong for PS5, would I buy it and play it? Probably. I'd probably give it a shot, yeah. I just don't know that I don't feel like I want to go out and buy Switch 2 to play Donkey Kong right now. But I know Mrs. MBG would like to at some point. She seems to have shown interest in this game recently. I guess maybe because the zeitgeist of it. Even Corey's saying Donkey Kong's great. Damn, dude. Am I missing out? MVP Moss, you're saying Donkey Kong is way too easy for you? I don't know, seeing so many people talk about it like this and seeing people basically be like, yeah, I mean, Astro's great, man, but Garrett's like, don't fall for it. Don't fall for the Nintendo trap. Or he says crap. I read it as trap. Tyler, that's not relevant to the conversation at hand, bro. Did you ever watch the video showing all the Mario games Astrobot took things from? You should do a Mario Odyssey stream. I remember coming across one of the videos, and I think I watched it for a little bit, and it was like, yeah, you could, when watching, I'm like, man, I knew Astro was supposed to be like Sony's Mario. I didn't realize how inspired it really was. But I guess it makes sense because it's like if you want to try to, you know, if you want to try to create a top tier AAA platformer, 3D platformer, I guess that's who better to kind of look to be for inspiration, right? Or in some case, just be like, hey, do that, write that down, like that worked. That's what I've been hearing, Josh. Yeah, the destruction and the physics in the game. I heard it's been leading to some glitches and some bugs, but it's apparently so satisfying that people are like, this is fine. Like, it doesn't even matter. Don't get the Nintendo Switch 2 till there's more games. I mean, for me, that's the biggest thing. I would definitely consider whenever the day comes where I do get a Switch 2, because I will get a Switch 2 at some point. I'm looking at it as more like an investment. I don't feel the itch. Well, because frankly, I haven't felt an itch for Nintendo for since I was like 10 years old. But I do know that it's something that I'm gonna want in the home. I know that Mrs. MBG is gonna want to play the Switch too. So it's just one. If I'm not feeling that I guess you could say urgency, right? There's no sense of urgency. I'm not feeling like it's something that I have to run out there and get. I do feel like Nintendo, they have Mario Kart. They know that's gonna do. I mean, it's probably gonna be the best selling game of the entire generation for the Switch 2. And there's millions of people that are automatically like, yep, new Mario Kart, I'm there. I'm not one of those people. I have nothing against Mario Kart. I'm good. I would like to play it one day though. Like, that's the thing. Like, Mario Kart is one of these games where I grew up playing it and there is a little bit of nostalgia there, but for me, that's not going to be why I buy a Switch 2. Donkey Kong, as of right now, I don't have any interest in, but seeing the way people are talking about it, it's like, well, I don't know. I mean, at the very least, it's a game that I think Mrs. MBG is going to have to. Well, I know she's going to want to play it whenever I get the Switch 2, and I don't know, maybe I'll dabble with it a little bit when that day comes. But generally speaking, yeah, I just kind of feel like I'm still trying to get through Death Stranding 2. You know what I mean? Like, I'm falling behind on that, and it's actually stressing me a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I am eager to complete Death Stranding 2 to see what goes on, because I've been seeing more and more people saying that they beat Death Stranding 2, and this ending is apparently a wild ride, and I am very much eager to wrap it up and do a spoiler cast with you guys. And I'm also getting really anxious because August is fast approaching, and dude, like, there's at least 4 or 5 games coming out in August that I would like to play, and that's not going to happen. So the idea of just like bringing a Switch 2 into the equation and be like, okay, play this Switch game now, I don't know that that's going to work for me. Yeah, true. Here, Leia. Leia wants her treats. I don't know if she's going to like these treats. I know Leia loves chicken, so she should like them. Am I getting bored by DS2? No, not at all. The problem I'm finding with DS2, and it's not a problem, it's not the game's problem, it's my problem, is that when I go to play it, it's not that kind of game where I can just play for 30 minutes and then walk away. I have to be like, I get the most satisfaction and enjoyment when I can sit there and play it for like, at least a couple of hours straight. And things have been particularly busy lately, and there's been a lot going on. I've been still trying to run the channel without letting anything else interfere with it. And so there have been many instances where I've had maybe like 40 minutes to sit down and play something. And I'm like, I'm not trying to, because it makes me feel like I need to rush it, and it's hard to explain. That I noticed this with Death Stranding too, that this is a peculiar game, I should say, where not many games give me that feeling, where like, this is not just a pick up and play, like, get a cool 20-minute session in. This is a game that like, it's meant to be savored through longer play sessions. And my most satisfying play sessions of Death Stranding 2 so far have all occurred when I'm able to sit there for 3 to 4 hours straight. Maybe not the healthiest way because I'm just sitting there for so long, but yeah, man, like, it just really kind of, And everybody is telling me that the ending of Death Stranding 2, there's like a lot going on. There's a lot of cutscenes, and it all happens not very quickly, but like it escalates quickly. And so I'm going to have to just carve out maybe, I don't know, an upcoming day where I'm just like, okay, this is Death Stranding 2 day, where I'm just going to, this is it. This is what I'm doing today. So I can complete it finally. And then I have to consider the platinum. I want to platinum Death Stranding 2. I don't know the requirements. I haven't checked the trophies yet. I do know it's probably going to be a bit of a grind. That's what people have been telling me. The first game's platinum was a bit of a grind. So basically, my goal is to have Death Stranding 2 completely wrapped up in platinum by like, I don't know if it's going to be possible, but hopefully by the first week of August. And then at that point, I have to I want to play Wu Chang Fallen Feathers at some point. I forgot that that's coming out. That looks great. I think Dying Light the Beast looks great. Metal Gear's, oh my god, dude. See, like once Metal Gear drops, it's like the only priority is once Metal Gear drops, I need to have that fully wrapped up. Not saying like I'm going to be done playing it, because I'm probably going to continue playing the Fox Hunt multiplayer mode, but I'm going to have to wrap that up and have it done by the time Ghost of Yotei comes out, because I definitely don't want to have anything there in the way for Ghost of Yotei. That's going to be a big one. That's the thing. I'm not fully finished with Days Gone. I got the platinum for Days Gone. I did not get the 100%. I have to do the permadeath run. I have to finish the Horde Assault. But like now I'm in the midst of Death Stranding 2, and I have to find a better way to balance out these games, man. How many hours do I have in Death Stranding 2? I think I have 45 hours so far. Either 45 or 50. I'm somewhere around there. And I'm a little bit surprised. I'm like, damn, dude, I feel like I should be further than I am, but I don't know. That's what I mean. I just like to take my time in that game. You somehow make games sound like homework. I know. It's the nature of the trophy hunt is what does that. Because when I talk about, there's basically two aspects to me playing a game. There is the just play it and enjoy it and, beat it. And then there's the completionist aspect. And so it's basically like, every game has like two versions for me in a sense, where when I think of like Death Stranding 2, like I'm still playing the first version, which is I'm just playing the main game. I'm not worried about trophies. I'm not trophy hunting. I'm not even looking at the list. I'm just focused on enjoying the ride and the experience. And then the second part is, now that the game's complete, I'm going to check the trophies. I'm going to now get I'm going to lock in a completionist sense, where now this is the second version where I'm wrapping it up. And in some cases, in a lot of games, it does feel like homework, because you're talking about collectibles and doing stuff that you otherwise wouldn't have thought of doing. I don't know if that's going to be the case for Death Stranding. Like, I'm sure that 5-starring every facility is going to feel like a little bit of homework, just like the last game did. It's satisfying, but, a bit tedious. It's, yeah, we're going on the hunt, man. A trophy hunt. But there are those cases where certainly I play a game and I go look at the trophies and I'm like, I don't want to do this. Like, this is going to make me miserable and make me actually not enjoy this game. And this is not a platinum that I really care about that much. And I just am like, that's good. I just complete the game and that's it. And I feel totally satisfied by it. I'm trying to remember the last game I played. What was the last game I played that I felt that way about? I know there had to be a game this year that I played where I didn't get the platinum, certainly. Yeah, that's whenever I do get around to playing Rebirth and completing it, that's not a game I'm platinuming. Everything I've heard about that, hell no, dude. Hell no. Yeah, people are showing a lot of excitement for this Hellraiser game. Saber Interactive as well, which I think is a little bit surprising. It's a little bit surprising. Oh, yeah, dude. Don't even talk to me about that 0 point. I don't want to talk about it. JMR says, this is honestly why I'm glad I'm not a trophy hunter. I spend a good amount of time on games, and I usually do all of the side content, but I never get platinums. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about that. I've really thought about like letting go of trophy hunting, but then I realized it's not a choice. Because, yeah, there is this, I know there's a setting on PS5 where you can turn off trophy notifications. You can't disable trophies across the board. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Expedition 33 is a great example of a game, actually. I just talked about that. I didn't get all the trophies for that game. And I kind of just walked away being like, you know what? I'm pretty satisfied. You know, I don't, if I push further, I'm going to start to feel a bit annoyed because there's, you know, I want to move on now. But there is still that kind of itch, you know, in the back of my mind where like I would like to go get the platinum for this. That's a platinum I would like to have at some point. And yeah, I did get my physical copy of Expedition 33, which I feel like I told you guys that. Got my physical copy. I wanted to be sure to make that happen to support the developers, and that's just one that I definitely want to collect. Omen says 0 and Tyler just being negative on everything. They got that doomer energy sometimes. MBG plays Call of Duty for calling cards collection. Oh my god. Dude, that's crazy. I mean, I would have to check because I've definitely put some hours in the Call of Duty this year. I would have to check what the calling cards look like. I have a lot. I have to admit, I have quite a few. But dude, I know people try to like 100% that, and I'm like, no chance. No chance. That's just crazy. It's too much. Also, I have to condemn Activision, and I have to condemn Treyarch and Infinity Ward, where it's like, yet again, a Call of Duty game releases with no platinum on PS5. Like, go F yourselves, bro. I'm sorry. That is just some unacceptable nonsense. Nonsense. It's listed as DLC trophies, man. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Like, dude, that is a slap to the face. That's a slap to the face, bro. And they're probably going to do it again with Black Ops 7. You watch. Yeah, Black Ops 7 DLC trophies. Come on, man. And you know what the worst part about it is? If you play the PS4 version, if you willingly choose to play the PS4 version, the last gen version of Black Ops 6, you can get the platinum. Like, mother effers. Nominzer with a $2 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, what are keywords to let us know when you're in the story? Wait, Nominzer, what are you talking about? I'm very confused. Does anybody know what Nominzer's talking about? What are keywords to let us know? Oh, sorry. I misread that. It's not your fault, Namazer. I understand now. My bad. Okay. I don't know why I read that wrong. So, well, to be honest, rather than try to use keywords because I'm at risk at spoiling, I'm on chapter 11. That's all I'll say. I am in a boss battle on chapter 11. So, sorry about that, Namazer. I don't know why I like totally read that wrong. I'm like, what's bro saying? All right. You don't remember what happens in any of the chapters? Oh. Well, yeah, I feel like all I can really say is I'm on a boss battle. Um, boss battle. Bandana. That's it. That's all I can say. MBG is struggling, man. New From Software game exclusive on Nintendo. Is that for babies? It's actually a W move and giving the finger to Sony. Yo, who's triggering Omen to go Nintendo fanboy in the chat right now? Who's doing this to bro? I am curious to see how the Duskbloods turns out. I mean, that's a game that I don't know, man. Honestly, it's like I don't know. I'm gonna be paying attention to it when it launches because I do like the thing I find interesting about the Duskbloods is the fact that it does look very Bloodborne inspired. And I know a lot of people don't like this about it, but the fact that it has this kind of multiplayer angle to it. I mean, I'm just curious to see how it turns out. I don't know if that'll be a game that drives me to get a Switch 2, but it's a start, certainly. It's a potential start. Night Rain is crazy fun. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Night Rain that I was so close to playing it, man. I was so close to playing it, but I chickened out. I'm like, I don't know. I don't think I can do this. Kato093 says, MBG, don't watch IGN videos on DS2. They spoiled a massive story thing. I'm at chapter 9 and it hit me when they showed last night when I was half asleep. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. I'm not watching any Death Stranding 2 videos, but that sucks. Why would they do that? I don't understand why they do that stuff. Like, why are you spoiling the game? MBG, did you see that Forza Horizon 5 made over $1 billion in revenue? Is that another report that came out? We might have to talk about this tomorrow as a topic. Dark Horse Comics says, we're thrilled to announce that Neil Druckmann, studio head and head of creative at Naughty Dog, will be signing at our SDCC 2025 booth Saturday, July 26th from 3 to 4:30 p.m. Limited wristbands are required for entry. Who's going to go get Neil's signature? Oh, man. Well, maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll be able to get Neil in for an interview and I'll be able to talk to him about The Last of Us Part 2. I'm just kidding. That never going to happen. Not only would I never be able to secure an interview with Neil Druckmann, but I certainly would not want to talk about The Last of Us Part 2. My final discussion about The Last of Us Part 2, it'll be the one to end it. Yo, MVP Moss says, screw y'all, I want Neil's signature. I know it's a little bit, we're kind of just free-flowing with the topics right now before I talk about Astro, but man, really got to wonder what this second Naughty Dog game is. I've been thinking about it. I'm like, is it? Like, I think what got me thinking about Naughty Dog's second game is probably what we were talking about last week, which is the Santa Monica game. And how, if you were there for that discussion, we basically kind of came to the conclusion that Santa Monica's game is not a new IP, but is apparently going to feel like a new IP. What are the chances this is an Atreus game? Like a full-blown Atreus game. And a lot of people don't like that notion. And it's interesting because when we look at Uncharted, if Naughty Dog's second game is another Uncharted, it's clearly going to be Cassie Drake. And I just really wonder, like, is this the direction that both Sony, Santa Monica, and Naughty Dog are going in, where it's kind of like, yeah, we are continuing these franchises, but with their offspring, and how that would go down. Dude, you hear that Neil will be wearing a Joel cosplay during his signing? Why is that awesome? I know that's not true, but why is that? Dude, I would go to that. I would have to make a plan. I would have to plan a trip, and I will cosplay as Abby, Bring my golf club and all. Be like, yeah, I'm here for the signing, Neil. Take a picture. But yeah, man, I do wonder what their plan is for this second Naughty Dog game, because I don't know. I'm still kind of leaning towards it could be another new IP. Neil Druckmann did say that he wants Naughty Dog to be an IP powerhouse. So, did y'all see the twerking Astrobots? Yeah, sure did. Saw them yesterday, in fact. Sign my wedge. Jack and Daxter remake. They're done with Uncharted. It would be really interesting. Well, when I think about the Intergalactic Heretic Prophet reveal, it was done in December at the Game Awards last year, which was the same month of PlayStation's 30th anniversary. I really wonder if maybe when they ended the Intergalactic trailer and they showed the classic PlayStation logo, they showed the Naughty Dog logo, and they did the classic colorful PlayStation logo. I do wonder if that could have been some kind of tease at, like, maybe they are going back. Their second team, Intergalactic's going to be, the next new IP from Naughty Dog, and maybe their second team is working on, maybe, I don't know, maybe it could be a Jack and Daxter game. It is worth noting that apparently there were rumors that Sony was eyeing, I kid you not, apparently Tom Holland for a Jack and Daxter adaptation. So, like, I don't want to jump the gun. We have KJ Games, a member for 19 months. Thank you for the long-term support, buddy. And you're saying, hey, IBG, for big PlayStation Studio games, can you please consider streaming the first hour like you did God of War Ragnarok? If that's all we get, I'll take it. LOL, love the channel, bro. Yeah, I should probably get back to doing that. It's been a while since I've done it. Yeah, I'll think about it, KJ Games. I guess, well, I know it's not a PlayStation Studio game, but we got Metal Gear Solid Delta coming up. Maybe I could stream the first hour or two of that game. Because that's, it's a new game, but it's a remake. MRPD is thanking Omen for the membership gift. Love to see it. How about a Predator title? I'm the Predator. What's interesting? I was scrolling through Amazon today, actually, and I was looking at just PS5 games, and I forgot that game, Predator Hunting Grounds, was re-released. And Sony originally published it on PS4, but now they're not involved, and it was re-released, and they have a physical PS5 version. It's like $20. And I'm like, maybe I'll pick it up. Not even to play, just to have. Yeah, I don't know that many people are still playing that. It was meant to be that's where you could see the early days of Sony trying to push into live service a little bit. But KJ Games, really quick before I move on. Yeah, when Metal Gear comes out, maybe I'll stream some gameplay of that. We'll do maybe some public and then some members. And then when Ghost of Yote comes out, yeah, I think I'll probably stream like the first hour or so. See if I can make that happen. I've been messing around with my setup here, and one of the things I realized after streaming Astrobot gameplay yesterday is I have to mess around with some stuff here to make it more conducive. Is that the word? Am I using that word correctly? Hold on, I have to look it up. Conducive, making a certain situation or outcome likely or possible. Okay, I guess the word fits well enough. But yes, I have to make my setup more conducive to gameplay streams because it worked well enough yesterday, but I'm like, yeah, I have to figure out a different configuration because it just, you guys couldn't see it obviously, and I'm sure on your end you didn't notice anything, but for me it was like, okay, this is not the ideal way to do this. So I'm gonna work on that in probably the upcoming week. I did buy, yeah, you're saying new mic angle. It's funny because I just bought a new microphone arm. This isn't it. This is the old one. And for some reason today I decided to use this whatever, So the new microphone arm is, I think, supposed to arrive today or tomorrow. And I may end up returning it because I don't know. I kind of like the way this turned out. It's not as intrusive. You like the lighting for the stream? Yeah, that's something else I realized yesterday. Like I gotta move some stuff around because I thought I was cooking. I thought I was cooking yesterday, and it turned out I just made it look like I was in some kind of cave. It didn't look good, so I'm like, all right, I'm gonna have to figure this out. But I think this is it. I think this is good. Camera angle, I think, is good. We're gonna get a new poster here. Nothing crazy. Like I said, that's not like it's gonna be the most obvious poster ever. Yeah, I think it's worked out pretty good. And I think this is the best form of the natural lighting that I can get. MBG is wearing a Wolverine shirt. Does he know something we don't? Of course I do, Digital Dude. Of course I know. I got my Insomniac contact, bro. And they're telling me Wolverine is gonna make all your dreams come true. This contact though, I mean, it's unfortunate. They were telling me, they're like, listen, MBG, man, I want to give you more info. I want to give you more info on Wolverine. I want to give you the release date and all that, but I can't do it unless Digital Dude drops another WD-40 bomb. That's what it's got to be. Sorry, Digital Dude. I'm definitely not lying to you right now. I'm being 100% truthful. It's not a Metal Gear Solid remake poster. No, I would tell you. I mean, I think I want to just tell you what the poster is. Because I feel like if I don't, everybody's going to think it's something. Dude, it's okay. I'm going to put a poster up here. What's the most obvious? It is a character. It's one of the most obvious characters. It's not Snake. I'm going to tell you that now. Because I had Snake there for a long time. So it's not Snake. I'm just saying that now. You think it's gonna be Boss? No, I can't, dude. I thought about that. I'm like, hell no. Hell no. It can't be Boss. Nobody's guessed it so far. Guys, come on. It's so obvious. You kidding me? Wow. You guys are really trying. Jim Ryan. Kojima. No, it's Aloy. Specifically Lego Aloy. I got a big 24 by 36 inch poster. I'm going to frame it. It's going to go right here. It's Lego Aloy. And yeah. Like, how did you guys not guess this? Irfin's like, cool. No, at least like 7 or 8 of you guys guessed it. Hint, there's somebody in the chat right now that has it as their profile picture. Lego Aloy. Keanu Reeves, you know what? Wouldn't be the worst idea. Yeah, it's going to be Atreus. Specifically, younger Atreus from God of War 2018. It's just going to be Herman Holst on his yacht. Oh, man, could you imagine? That would be the greatest poster. Herman Holst on his yacht, bro. Abby. Dude, oh, Josh, that would be so funny. A Concord poster would be... I can't do that to myself. Like, I've thought about trying to do something funny, but I'm like, nah, I can't do that. Because I'll get annoyed by it. It'll be funny for like a couple days, but then it just is there. And then at some point, it's like, when does this become real? Like, when do people start taking this seriously? You know, a Fair Games poster. I mean, it would be so good, but no, it's I'm just gonna tell you, it's Kratos. It's just Kratos, but I thought it was cool. It's like a stylized. It's nothing crazy, but it looked awesome when I saw it. I'm like, yo, I want this and I want to frame it. Gotta get my Michael Jackson poster out. Literally everybody said it. So basically, you're just gonna see Kratos towering boss when boss is sleeping on the cat tower. It's like, boy, boss, in the direction of treats. Dude, oh my God. I just had the, you know what? Hold on. I need to find this quote. Why can't I find the quote? Does anybody know the exact quote? Atreus asked Kratos which way they should go while hunting. In the direction of treats. Okay, that'll work. Hold on. Let's see if this will work. Okay, no, that's not working. If this becomes overly complicated, then I'll just leave it be. All right, it's not working. I'm sorry, guys. I was trying to get an AI generated version of Kratos saying in the direction of treats. But anytime you look this stuff up now, you have to sign up or whatever. Let me try one more thing. Sorry, I'm getting really off topic here. We're going way out there. AI cover song? What? Yeah, I'm not signing up for any of this stuff right now. Sorry, guys. Sorry if I got you excited thinking we were going to make that happen. Maybe I could do it. Yeah, we never get off topic here. All right. So I guess I only talked about the second topic for about 5, maybe 10 minutes about the Ori developer basically choosing to prioritize the PS5. I'm not going to lie. This is another one of these topics where I thought I would have more to talk about, more to say, but you know, um, their game, No Rest for the Wicked, it looks pretty good. And it's gotten really, really good feedback. Again, this game is in early access on PC, but yeah, man, I don't know. They're just making it known that they're going to probably focus on the PS5 version. And that's what makes the most market sense for them. And they did say that they want to release it on Xbox and they will eventually, but it's just interesting because this is I want to say one other thing about this before I move on and talk about Astrobot. Well, Chris Brown says, MBG, to sum it up, it's not promising. It's not a promising future for Xbox support. Maybe every Xbox game will just be a PC version. There has been a lot of speculation about that. I think basically we have to see what Microsoft is going to say about their next gen console to really know whether or not developers are truly going to start walking away from making proper Xbox versions. It depends on how Microsoft handles the Xbox storefront, because it is true that their install base is much smaller than Sony's. And, we see a product like the Asus ROG Ally X, Xbox ROG Ally X, and yeah, unless the game is play anywhere, like, you don't have access to the entirety of the Xbox storefront. So it's more of a PC in that sense. Most people are going to 100% gravitate towards Steam. If that's the way it plays out for the next Xbox console, I mean, yeah, this could be the beginning. But that's what's so weird. It's like, but then you got Sony out here being like, we'll support Xbox. Like, you get what I'm saying? You get why I'm saying that's so weird, where it's like, this is why people are so confused by Sony's actions, where it's like, Sony, they're on the ropes, man. Like, what are you doing? Like, you finally got them on the ropes. I don't know. This is why I guess I just wonder, like, where there have conversations happened behind the scenes between Sony and Microsoft, where like Microsoft is like, Sony, we're just gonna fill you in, okay? We're just gonna let you know what's going on. Because I feel like truthfully, this situation would look much worse if Sony didn't announce Helldivers for Xbox. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I guess I'm saying I can't come to the conclusion. I cannot confidently come to the conclusion that developers are going to support Xbox less when Sony themselves just announced support for Xbox. I still can't quite understand what this means in the bigger picture of things, but I do think it is, if anything, if there's anything to extract from this, it maybe is a little bit worrisome, just a little bit, that a developer that previously did strike deals with Microsoft and made their games exclusive to Xbox, or at the very least launched them first on Xbox, is now seemingly doing the exact opposite. People have said that, again, there was like a falling out between this studio and Microsoft, so that could be it. But we will have to keep an eye on this. I think that's the best thing we can do. I think that's what Xbox players should do as well. I think the biggest concern that Xbox players should have is whether or not this is going to be a trend. This could be a one-off thing. This could just be, something that it's like, oh yeah, it's an outlier. Or it could, in the coming months, in the next year or two, it could become more of a trend. And if that happens, I think Xbox players are going to have to be a little bit worried about that. Just a little bit. But then again, maybe not too worried because it's like, well, if the next Xbox is just getting PC versions of games, what's the difference? Achievements? Ooh, actually, come to think of it, achievement hunters might not be happy about that. Damn. Digital Dude says, MBG, check out the latest pic I posted in the community. I didn't know Rockstar was taking shots at Xbox players. Digital Dude, why? Did you post a picture? Because the last post I see in the community section from you is saying you rolled credits on Death Stranding 2. Damn. Omen says Xbox players. You mean Xbox published game buyers? Perhaps. Perhaps, Omen. Digital Dude, for some reason, it didn't post. I don't know why. The last picture I see here is from Ray saying he finally tried that mushroom coffee. Well, maybe it was too inappropriate, Digital Dude. Maybe YouTube flagged it. It's possible. Knowing you, Digital Dude, I'm clicking on newest right now. It's not showing up, man. Maybe it's just not loaded in yet. I don't know. I'll check it in a little while. It was a screenshot from GTA 5 Online. I'll check in like another 5 or 10 minutes. Maybe it takes a minute to post in the community or something in the community tab. Namager, you're saying you think I'm looking at it wrong? Well, yeah, I'm not going to read too much into it. I think that if you're an Xbox player who was a fan of the Ori games, you definitely have a reason to be annoyed or frustrated, straight up. It is interesting to think that the Ori games still haven't made their way to PlayStation, though. Yeah, I know they're available on the Switch too, but not PlayStation. I mean, one of the top comments on Push Square is they're skipping the runt of the litter that has trained its user base to not buy games. Well, I never. Somebody says, I have a sneaky feeling that if Microsoft agrees to porting the Ori games to PlayStation, then Moon Studios might agree to release this game on Xbox, if you get me. Actually, that's actually good speculation. I didn't think about that. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Maybe Moon Studios trying to twist Microsoft's arm a little bit. Like, come on, guys, let's make a deal. Omen, you're heading out, man. He's going to play more Donkey Kong. He says, have a good stream, MEG. Enjoy, everyone. You're all legends. Well, thank you for hanging out, Omen. And once again, appreciate the support, man. It means a lot. Thank you. What did you drop, like 21 gifts today? Good stuff, bro. I hope to see you in some upcoming streams. Enjoy your Switch 2. Just don't enjoy it too much. Tarnish says, hello. Oh, my God. I can't believe it. I got a membership gift. I'm crying. Tarnish is very happy. It's always cool to see people coming in, seeing that they have a membership badge and excited. Is Fable getting delayed? So this is not a topic we have, but I did come across this. According to Special Nick, and I guess his latest, his latest podcast episode, he says, my information is that Fable is not going to be 2026. Jesse says, I'm not sure who Jesse is. I guess somebody else on the podcast panel says your Xbox information is always wrong. And Special Nick replies saying, I don't know. I've heard from 2 different people now that Fable may slip to 2027. And that's not a doom and gloom with the game problems. Just hearing that it's taking a bit longer than expected. Hmm. Oh, geez. I mean, I think Fable being delayed by another year would be wild. I have to admit, that would be crazy because this game was announced, I think, in 2018 or something. Omen's final words departing: Xbox needs Sony. Sony doesn't need Xbox. Peace. Mic drop. I'll tell you what, man. If Fable does get delayed to 2027, like if this rumor is true, that's 100% going to have to be a day one PS5 game because the amount of money that probably was dumped into this game at this point. That's my opinion anyway. But we'll see if there's any other. We'll see if that rumor gets corroborated or not. I don't want to run with that. It's coming from one source. Special Nick has been correct about some things in the past as well. I mean, the last thing we saw of this new Fable game was like 30 seconds of like cut up gameplay, and it didn't look that great. I'll be honest. It didn't look like the worst thing, but there was just something about it where it looked kind of stiff. It looked Nothing about it really looked that great. It's just like, oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, maybe Digital Dude says, MEG, you know what else got delayed? Perfect Dark. Just saying. Well, I mean, yeah, that I don't know what to expect anymore, truthfully. Like, it does seem like Microsoft is very much in trim mode, I guess, where they're just going to trim and trim and trim, and they just want the leanest. I mean, I'm using a metaphor here, but they want just the biggest and best projects to be what they focus on. And I don't know, man. I feel like you put this much time and this much money into Fable, you probably are better off trying to just put it out there and see if it can. Because who knows? Maybe it could be a hit. Maybe it could be a hit for them. And if it did, it could become a major franchise again. But I don't know, man. The last thing I'll say about Fable is that the thing I'm most interested in with this is the fact that it's Playground Games making it. Playground Games is a master of their craft with the Forza Horizon games. I don't think anybody does it better. That's all they've made, though. They don't make RPGs. They don't make, games like Fable. So I feel like they're either going to come out and surprise everybody and be like, wow, these guys can make an amazing RPG as well as making a incredible open world racer. Or they're going to come out and be like, ooh, okay, yeah, well, I mean, what do you expect? They're the guys that make the big open world racing game. What did we expect them when they try to make a open world RPG, Can you report people that are in your DMs? Seems a little excessive / extreme. Wait, Wes, what are you talking about? It would be like GT7 Studio, Polyphony Digital making a Legends of Dragoon game. Oh man, yeah, I guess it would be. It would kind of be like that in a sense. Well, I mean, yeah, the one thing about Playground Games is they clearly know how to make an open world, but outside of that, yeah, it's really there's no similarities. So it's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting that it's very interesting to me that Playground Games is the one. Oh, Lady Gamers, you're saying you had some nasty messages. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, that's why, dude, I don't have my Twitter DMs open. I used to, and I'm like, hell no, dude. It's a double-edged sword because, like, it would be cool to, get certain people reaching out to me, but I'm not. People are awful. So, yeah, try not to. Yeah. That's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what's wrong with people, man. I really don't. Now, apparently Forza Horizon 6 is in development. Turn 10, the studio that makes the Forza Motorsport games, has been turned into a support studio for Playground Games and Forza Horizon. So, based off of what we've heard, Forza Horizon 6 might be ready next year. So, next year might be Forza Horizon 6, and then you could see Fable in 2027. I don't know. And I do think both of these games may... I mean, let's face it. If the data that we're hearing about Forza Horizon 5 and how well it sold on PS5, it's going to be a day one launch on PS5. 100%. And I'll be here for it. Absolutely. There's no way, dude. Ozzy Osbourne died? No way. Really? Looks very nice. Yeah. No, you look good. Holy shit. Yo, I think he really did die. So far, I'm only seeing it posted in one place. I'm not seeing it trending on Twitter. Screen time. Charlie Intel reposted screen time. Screen time posted 3 minutes ago that Ozzy Osbourne has died at the age of 76. The time there, I'm not seeing it reported anywhere else though. Sky News is reporting in Britain. Oh. I know this isn't gaming news. Discussing films. Oh, shit. I guess this is true. It's on Wikipedia. It's true. How's it on Wikipedia already? Yeah, what? Yeah, that's what's crazy, Scuba Tank. They just had the final... Black Sabbath show, and everybody came out. Everybody, dude, every like rock legend, up and coming rock stars. God damn, like, did they know this was gonna happen somehow? Like, dude, this is a sad day if this is true. I mean, Ozzy Osbourne, yeah, this seems to be correct. I'm seeing it pop up now. Ozzy Osbourne has passed away at the age of 76. BNO News breaking: Ozzy Osbourne has died. What is his cause of death, though? It seems kind of sudden. Are you kidding me? Seems rather sudden. Didn't he just perform his last gig? Rest in peace. What happened? Wow, he looked pretty good at his last concert a week ago or so. Dude, that's crazy that somebody is asking Grok, who was she? Maybe just don't even bother replying. No, there's no... Tyler, I haven't seen anything that says that. I mean, honestly, though, shit. I didn't consider that. He raised over $190 million at his last show for charity. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know he was raising money for charity. I brought it up to my coworkers and they said he did it already. What? He didn't look great at that show, honestly. Damn. I mean, Ozzy's a legend, bro. That's sad. You know, also, you know how this is kind of a little bit relevant to PlayStation? When 2 years ago when Sony launched the PlayStation VR 2, they had him in their big commercial for it. They had Ozzy Osbourne playing Horizon Call of the Mountain. Do you guys, you know what? Shit, we got to bring it up now. We got to bring it up now. Oh, wow. I'm actually, yeah, this is a tough one. He created heavy metal with Black Sabbath. Absolutely. Yeah. It seems to be Tyler saying, please be a hoax. I mean, unless he's planning on like trying to revive his career or something, and this is some kind of crazy hoax. I don't think so. He seemed like his health has been declining, generally speaking. Let me see if I can find PSVR 2 ad Ozzy. Hold on. All right, let me. All right, so for those just joining, apparently, the legend himself, Ozzy Osbourne, has apparently passed away. And so in his honor, we will watch this PlayStation VR 2 ad. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's true. I'm seeing it. It's like starting to circulate. Apparently Ozzy Osbourne passed away at 76 years old. And so in honor, I feel like, this he did a PSVR 2 commercial. Let's check it out. Oh man, that just made me kind of sad. God. Oh, I'm so sorry. God damn it. I'm sitting here enjoying it by myself. It was muted. It's okay. I'm sorry. My chat's like, FBG, what the F is wrong with you? Read the goddamn chat. It's okay. It gives me an excuse to play it again. I'm sorry. God. When will I ever get this right? I'm sorry, guys. The whole thing was just muted. I ruined it. I can't even celebrate Ozzy Osbourne's life properly. I'm just going to end the stream. I'm sorry. We'll play it for real this time.
Where did this come from?
Ozzy, are you going to help me pack these boxes or what? We've got a flight to England.
Hang on, son. I want to plug in my PlayStation VR 2. I'm very technical these days. Is that a friendly dinosaur? Oh my God, what the is that? Ah! Bat! Is that a stormbird? Just let me kill the dino machines.
What's wrong?
I think this Stormbird's trying to bite my head off.
That Stormbird needs to get at the back of the line.
I'm looking for pleasure.
This is amazing.
PlayStation.
Damn, dude. Man, now I'm a little bit sad. I mean, shit. What a cool ad, though. Yeah, he certainly was a character. Sorry I had it muted the first time, guys. I need to get it together. Let me move this back here. Well, damn. Let's go, let me go see what's going on here. So Ozzy Osbourne passed away. The family says, quote, "He was with his family and surrounded by love. We ask everyone to respect our family's privacy at this time." Ozzy Osbourne has passed away at the age of 76 weeks after his farewell show, raising over $190 million for charity. Dude, he must have been sick, right? Like, yeah, he had to have known he was on his way out. He was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2019. I didn't know that. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I remember seeing stories coming up a few times about Ozzy, and his health, but I always just kind of thought, oh, I'll be fine. He's the Prince of Darkness. But yeah, that's a sad day, man. I mean, he's truly a legend. I mean, not many. I mean, I feel like you can't say that about a lot of musicians, but no, Ozzy's, with Black Sabbath, of course. I mean, obviously Ozzy has a great solo career, but it's true. I mean, he was responsible with Black Sabbath for basically being the fathers and the pioneers of rock, and especially metal, mainly metal, That's sad, man. I feel like now I'm not gonna be able to talk about Astrobot now. This is too. Those damn burritos killed bro. He was hooked on Chipotle. Wait, what? He lived on his own terms. Prince, why are you saying too much Chipotle though? It's really random. Well, maybe we'll have to play some Ozzy when I do my reps at the end of the stream then. Yeah, that's true, Scuba Tank. That's true. He would always go out for Chipotle. No, I never did watch the Osbournes. I was never into the sometimes I forget that he's kind of famous for that too. His family is famous for doing the reality TV stuff. I've seen clips, certainly, but I never sat down and watched it. Josh Z, very poetic. He says his crazy train has ended. Irfan says his battle with Parkinson's was ongoing. He was funny on the show. I've seen clips, yeah, and they were always funny. Damn. Titus, you're saying it was always just the music? Yeah. Yeah, his whole family was like a cast of characters, honestly. That's sad though, man. I think what's really sad about it is it's bittersweet, where it's he did that final show, and you have to wonder how many people knew, maybe just a couple of his family members at most. I mean, the timing of it is nuts. He did like one more farewell show, and then 2 weeks later he's gone. That's nuts. I mean, 2 weeks ago I was seeing all these pictures posted of like Axl Rose and Slash, taking pictures with them. Axl Rose meeting Ozzy for the first time, and James Hetfield, and so many others, dude. It was crazy. And you know, you don't think much of it. Like, you don't think like, oh yeah, bro's gonna die in 2 weeks, but that's crazy. Yeah, and I saw clips of it too, and he sounded pretty good. I saw that Lamb of God, one of my favorite bands, they dropped a um a cover of a Black Sabbath. And Sean Mitchell, member for 27 months, says, I watched clips of his last gig. Me and my workmate said we didn't think he had long. It's a shame. Yeah, damn, man. Well, the rock and metal community is definitely mourning today. When we talk about it's interesting how you don't really know people, right? Like you've never met them in person, or maybe you could have met them in person, but they're not really in your life. You don't know them personally, but they can pass away, and it's like it has an impact. It has like a wide-reaching impact. The last, whose death like really shook me. Like there were two, I guess if you want to call it celebrity deaths, that made me go, like, I don't know. I couldn't. I was really sad. Like, I was actually really, really sad. The first was Scott Weiland. I think he passed away. And for those who don't know, Scott Weiland is the frontman and singer for Stone Temple Pilots. And Stone Temple Pilots is one of my all-time favorite bands. Like, I listen to them almost on a daily basis. And I just love their music. And I always liked Scott Weiland. And he was actually part of the super group rock band. What was it called? Velvet Revolver for a little while. Yeah, Matthew Perry was a shocking one too, dude. Yeah, that was a recent one. I mean, oh yeah, dude, Garrett. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was really bad. Really, really bad. Dimebag Darrell. Dude, I was watching Beavis and Butthead last night. I know that sounds a crazy sentence to say, but I was watching Beavis and Butthead. I'm on Paramount Plus. I'm watching all the seasons. And you know how they would react to the music videos, and the music video for what song was it? I'm Broken, I think, or just Broken from Pantera. They were reacting to the music video, and it was just, I got kind of sad watching it because I was like, damn, dude, like, yeah, seeing Dimebag but yeah, I was really sad when I heard Scott Weiland pass, just because I don't know, I just thought he was such a talented musician, and he had a troubled life. But yeah, Chris Cornell really got to me. That one, the day I found out Chris Cornell died, but it was how he died that really messed me up a little bit. Robin Williams was crazy too, dude. I remember that. I mean, God, this is such a depressing conversation, but yeah, I'll never forget hearing that. And the way Robin Williams, I mean, I got to be careful how I word this stuff on stream, but, it's one thing when you hear about people passing away accidentally or due to illness. It's another when you're talking about people, ending it themselves. I mean, that, and especially when it's people that you just don't ever expect. JMR, let me check. Oh, yeah, I see it, JMR. It's there. Still don't see Digital Dude's picture either, though. But, yeah, Chester Bennington. What's crazy is Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington were good friends. But yeah, man. Yeah, the Matthew Perry situation was really sad too, because like, dude, like I really like Friends. Like I like that show. I've watched Friends numerous times with Mrs. MBG. It's one of her favorite shows. And I've been wanting to go back to it, but I feel like kind of too sad to go back and watch it. It's gonna take, I don't know, I'm gonna have to wait a while because every time I see Matthew Perry in that show, I'm like, it just makes me sad. Because he was such a great character, Chandler Bing. It was like he played like the best character on that show. And it was sad because like in real life he was having struggles, but when you learn about that stuff and then you watch the show and like, oh man, it kind of it makes you realize like it's fantasy. I don't know. You're looking at a fantasy. But his work was fantastic. He did an incredible job as that character. But yeah, life is tragic in a lot of ways, man. It's very, very sad. And so you just got to appreciate the time you have. You got to appreciate what you have. You got to try your best. Yeah, I saw that post about Bruce Willis yesterday. He's still alive, but dementia has like completely, seemingly, like he's like having trouble walking. He can't talk anymore. It's like, I mean, life is not to be like dark or turn this in. I'm trying to make sure I don't veer into territory that's too dark. But man, life can be terrifying. Like truly, like it's just like I don't know. I've experienced stuff this year that it just makes me question literally everything. Where it's like, damn, I don't know, makes you sad. You just gotta, like I said, you gotta just appreciate the time you have, appreciate the moments. The moments come and go very quickly, and I don't know what it's like to be at the end of your life. I don't know what it's like to be old in this lifetime, anyway. But I would assume that when you are old or when you're close to what feels like the end of your life, you probably feel like, man, it just went by like that, just what's that song? Dust in the Wind. Great song. We'll not to make it too depressing, but we'll end the stream today because I do owe you guys reps. When I do some reps, we'll play some Ozzy. The question is, what song? I feel like it's got to be a solo Ozzy song. It's got to be hit something from a solo career. Maybe Crazy Trains. I don't want to play something sad. I don't want to play like something that's gonna. I mean, how am I supposed to lift when I'm sad? Yeah, the Kobe Bryant. Jesus, that was horrific. I mean, that's actually like unbelievable, dude. That's one of those like truly unbelievable. Like, goddamn. He'll hit me with a copyright from the dead, from the grave. It's all good. Well, rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne. I'm gonna go check one more time to see if any other information came out, or like any. Yeah, no, it just. Sad day. Certainly. Meanwhile, I see the Series S is trending with 56,000 posts for some reason. Why? Oh, hold on. We have a little bit of a continuation. All right. Well, we'll shift gears. I don't want to make the remaining. I don't want to make the rest of the show, too depressing. But the Series S died too. Yeah. No. I mean, let's face it, man. Ozzy Osbourne passing away and getting that news in the middle of a Press X podcast episode, definitely got to take a moment for that one, man. Mr. Crowley's a good one. It's already a depressing show. Yeah, now it's just like, I'm just going to start playing Something in the Way by Nirvana, I mean, what level are we reaching here? Tyler's saying, thanks for covering this for so long, man. Thank you a lot. Well, you're welcome. I mean, yeah, I mean, we could probably do a whole show on it, but I got to make sure, because I don't know. I don't want to have to change my title to, just instead of Astrobot, just, Ozzy Osbourne passes away. But we do have a little bit of a follow-up. We have a little bit of a follow-up. At least this is what I came across. Thomas Maller of Moon Studio and Ori and the Blind Forest clarifies No Rest for the Wicked isn't coming to Xbox. Why it isn't coming to Xbox right away? He says it's not a shakedown. It's called common sense. Porting to Xbox means porting to the Xbox Series X and the Series S, and that'll take more time to optimize compared to being ported to the PS5 and the PS5 Pro. We'll first support the platform that has the most users purely out of resource reasons. It's just common sense with us having to make the right moves given the resources we have. Well, there you go. All right. Should we still talk about Astrobot? What do you guys think? Oh, man, I can't. Tarnished, save that question. Tarnished is like, wait, no, hold on. Listen, save the question for the next members lounge. I'll answer it in the next members lounge. That's way too, like, yeah, I'm about to completely convert the stream into a philosophical one. Can't do that. Got to save it for the members lounge. DB Bench is easily my second favorite lift behind cleans. Listening to the stream as I rep out sets. Well, good stuff, Nick. Glad I could be here. Push it, man. Push the limit. No, I'm just kidding. Don't hurt yourself. Just, train smart. There you go. Garrett says, let's talk Astro. Maybe it would be good to talk Astro. Lighten the mood a little bit. Got a little bit dark. We should talk about Astrobot. Wait, Chris, what are you asking here? Wait. Oh, Chris. So, I don't know. Maybe we can do a members launch today. We'll either do it today or tomorrow, guaranteed. We did do, so I don't know if you saw, Chris, we did do a 2-hour Astrobot members gameplay stream yesterday. So what's there to talk about for that game? Well, basically, I finally 100%ed it, and I just wanted to give, I guess, my final ultimate review of Astrobot now that I'm going to dedicate this Astrobot review to Ozzy Osbourne, But yeah, so when it comes to Astrobot, by yesterday, I had one more level to complete. I had one more level out of all the DLC. Turns out I actually needed 2 more bots, though. Wes says, I meant the next members lounge. So yesterday, I wanted to see if I could complete on stream for members the final mastery level of Astrobot. And I'm not going to, well, I guess it is spoiled for anybody who wants to watch it. Still entertaining, though, but I did do it. And it was really, like, dude, I'm not kidding. That trying to complete that last mastery level for Astro was like one of the more difficult things I've had to do in my gaming lifetime. And trying to platinum Astrobot, the final mastery level to just get the platinum for the game, was extremely difficult. This one I think was harder, though. My death count, I don't know. I mean, I know that I tried doing it for a couple of hours on my own. Prior to me doing the stream. I think like a week ago, and I just was not making any progress. So I think I did pretty good on that stream yesterday because I was kind of surprised that I did it. I was really starting to get the feeling like I'm not going to be able to. Yeah, Craig, we just covered that, man. Very sad. Tyler saying it makes you rage more than Souls games. I mean, it was starting to really get to me. It was. And I was kind of at a point where I'm like, all right, well, I'll just keep going. And I don't know what to expect. Is there something on my mustache? No. It's just the lighting. But I want to now just give a complete review of Astrobot. Now that, I've platinumed the game, I've done all the DLC, I have every bot. The only thing I think I still don't have I didn't unlock every single costume. I think I need like 3 more costumes. I don't know that I'm going to go back and do that because I feel like I've gotten my fill. Although it depends. My son still likes to play Astrobot, so I could still get those outfits yet. But I gotta say, man, Astrobot is a fantastic game. I put out a post yesterday that I have to say I'm disappointed in some of the replies that I've gotten from people. And a lot of times I see replies from people on stuff that I post on Twitter that irritates me or annoys me. In this case, I'm just disappointed. I posted that I think Astrobot is one of the best games ever made, dude. I wholeheartedly feel that way. And people proceeded to basically tell me how that's laughable and a joke and I don't play games or I don't play enough games or whatever. And I just think it's kind of wild that it's like, dude, I'm not saying it's the greatest game. I'm just simply saying it's one of the best games. And I think maybe the disconnect here, why some people disagree with me or why some people immediately are like, no, is because I can't deny that the nostalgia factor that Astrobot brings to the table, I think that's what elevates it for me. And also the fact that, it's a game that my son adores and loves. And I think it's just created this really incredibly potent, it evokes emotion, I guess, is what it is. And for me, any game that I consider top tier, like one of my favorite games of all time, one of my, all-time favorite games, whatever it may be, whether it's Metal Gear or The Last of Us, it's like these are games that have evoked a certain, or even like Red Dead Redemption 2, right? Like these are games that evoke a certain emotion that most other forms of entertainment evoke, or at least most other games evoke. And I feel like Astrobot really did evoke a lot of emotion from me where it's like, dude, I don't know. It's just crazy to kind of go back through PlayStation's history and have all these bots that are from different games and see it celebrated. And it just, as you're playing the game, there's like memories popping in my mind growing up, playing games on the PS1, the PS2, even the PS3, PS4. And yeah, man, I just was kind of reminded of that yesterday playing that challenge run where afterwards we went to go check on all the bots and we were just kind of perusing the main area. And, I want to make it clear that like, I'm not trying to throw Astrobot out there as like, this is Sony made the greatest game ever because Sony's the best. Sony. It's not about that. It's just like for me, again, probably driven by the nostalgia and the emotionality of it. And the memories that are attached to everything they're presenting to me here on top of the incredibly fun gameplay and the interesting levels. I just think that, yeah, that's what I mean when I say like Astrobot's one of the best games, man. It's just something that for me, it's just pure joy. It's joy. It's nostalgic. It's something that is incredibly well made. It's fun. It's something that has brought my family together to play. And I just think that's awesome. I feel like that's not something that I expected to occur this generation with PlayStation. Certainly not. And now that I've gotten all the bots, now that I've done all the levels, I can also say that Team Asobi is a bit deceptive with the way that they approach the development of this game, where it is funny to me that, yeah, people will say it's a kid's game. I bet you there are grown adults who cannot beat certain levels in this game. Some of the challenge levels, they are very difficult. They will test your skills. They will test your patience. And somebody said earlier that they would get more frustrated with trying to complete some of these levels than they would trying to beat Dark Souls bosses or Elden Ring bosses. And I'm like, yes. As somebody who completed all the Dark Souls games, Bloodborne and Elden Ring, I can confirm that that is absolutely true. I don't think it's ever taken me an hour and a half to beat a boss in any of these games. It took me over an hour and a half to beat that single level. So yeah, man, just got to really tip my hat to Team Asobi. Yeah, Joshua. See, we're gonna see people coming in talking about Ozzy Osbourne passing away. We did cover this. We had a whole section of the stream. We went back and we watched the advertisement or the commercial that Ozzy filmed for PSVR 2. Very sad. We need an Ozzy Osbourne Astrobot. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry about that. Unless it's a Blue's Clues game, I will never understand the term kids game. Games are just games. I mean, I think that people tend to kind of have this idea of like, if a game seems like it's a family game, like it can be enjoyed by kids, people of all ages. I think, yeah, like Ratchet and Clank, right? People will be like, oh, it's just a kids game or whatever. But you don't think it deserved a 94 Metacritic? What does it do special? Get the DualSense. Neo, bro, what? I don't know, man. I disagree. I disagree, respectfully. Neo says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to let it out. I have to let it out. It's all cool. It's cool. It's cool, man. It's all good. Why is your chat hating on Astrobot? Well, I mean, it's not just my chat, man. Like, one thing I learned about my post that I put out yesterday is that apparently there are quite a few people who do not like Astrobot. Like, there's like some straight up Astrobot haters. I want to. This is bait. This is bait. Not you, chat. Do I want to acknowledge this? I have the ability to not acknowledge this. But man, I want to so bad. I want to so bad. All right, here's what I'll say. One thing that I think is just straight up bullshit is there are certain groups of people on the internet that will say, why they will gaslight you, and they will say, why do you care about sales? Why are you talking about sales? Who cares about sales? But then when you talk about a game like Astrobot, they will turn around and be like, oh, the game that only sold 1.5 million, the game that was outsold by Forza. Yeah, that total bullshit. Pick your lane, buddy. Either you care about sales or you don't. Okay? Either you do or you don't. I've went on record saying that I think Astrobot, I think it's deemed a success, but I think it should sell better. I really believe that. I think Astrobot is a game that should sell God, like at least 3 to 4 million copies. I think it deserves that. I think it's a really well-made game. I think it absolutely deserves it. And we don't know where it's at right now. We don't know how many units exactly Astrobot sold, but we know it's very important to Sony. So whatever it sold, it did well enough to make Sony feel good about it. But I just have to say this because if there's one thing I am pretty tired of seeing is the I don't know if I want to call it goalpost moving, but it's just people gaslighting when it's convenient for them to do so. And it's like, I'm not in it. Like, it's a struggle to see, like, it's disheartening to see people using Forza to dunk on Astrobot. Like, what are you doing? Like, don't those people realize, like, you are the fool here? You are the fool. You're trying to take a AAA racing game, like one of the most prolific racing games in the industry, and you're trying to weaponize that against Astrobot. Like, dude, give me a break, you know? Like, why are we comparing these things? And it's funny because the people that I see doing this are doing it in response to me saying that I think Astrobot's one of the best games ever made. And it's funny because the realization is I must have triggered them. I'm not trying to. I'm not here to tell you that Astrobot is better than Forza Horizon. I'm not here to say that. I'm just here to say that I think Astrobot's a fucking amazing game and one of the best I've ever played. But they want to be the first ones to bring up, for some reason, Forza Horizon 5 in a conversation about Astrobot. It's like, you know what, man? I got one for you. Buy PS5, buy Astrobot, buy Forza Horizon 5, and have a great time, dude. Because, that's what I did. I played both Astrobot and Horizon 5, and phenomenal games. Both developers, masterclass. Do that. Do that. Play both. And you know what? Tell me after you do that how much the sales numbers of Astrobot matters to you, or even the sales numbers for Forza for that matter. Probably not much. Interesting to get the data. Always will be. But yeah, man, it is frustrating to see people like have such toxic, and like, look, I have a tendency to be toxic at times too, and I'm trying to be a little bit better. I'm trying to get better at it. I'm not trying to, claim I'm holier than thou, but it's just like, running into some of this stuff. It's like, this is nonsense. Come on. This is nonsense. Which announced first-party game are you most curious to see the gameplay of? I think it's a tie between Intergalactic and Wolverine. Oh, well, I feel like Saros, you're using the word curious. My curiosity for Saros is ultimately less because I feel like I have an idea of what to expect. When it comes to Wolverine and Intergalactic, I feel like I'm not exactly sure what to expect. More so Intergalactic. MBG, I saw on Twitter Xbox fans having a go at Moon Studio. I mean, yeah, it seems that they upset a portion of the Xbox fan base. Chris White says Astrobot is one of PlayStation's best games. People get so salty when people talk about Astro. It's a love letter to PlayStation and its history, as well as platformers like Mario. Dude, that's why I'm saying, like, people who are being salty towards Astro should be ashamed, because the studio director, when he went up to, claim the award for winning Game of the Year last year, literally, and he was you could tell he had to be very careful because he didn't want to get in trouble. But, like, he shouted out Nintendo and Mario, and it's like, dude, like, Team Asobi is pure class, man. Pure class. And I feel like people who are trying to take shots at that studio, come on, man. Come on. Like, of all the studios, this is the one you're going to take a shot at? Give me a break. Like, how can you hate on this studio? I don't get it. I understand if people want to take shots at me because it's like you're glazing Astro too much. Like, whatever, man. Like, I'll say this. I'll say one other thing. I was going to post this tweet, and maybe I still will, but I already know what type of conversation it's going to attract, and I'm not trying to purposely foster this conversation. I know I'm going to do so by bringing it up now, but it's just, it's just one of these things where I just got to say it, right? It's going to be on my mind. I can't help but notice that, like, when Death Stranding, Astrobot rolls around, there's Astrobot haters. It's like a whole swath of Astrobot haters. I'm like, why? Okay, I guess. Death Stranding 2 rolls around. There's a whole swath of Death Stranding 2 haters. Okay. Ghost of Yotei is rolling up. A whole swath of Ghost of Yotei haters. And I'm like, the pattern is obvious. The pattern is obvious. It's not that relevant, ultimately. It's not that relevant, but I definitely notice it. Where it's like, yeah, there's just going to be haters, man. Like, doesn't matter what the game is. Like, Astro and Death Stranding, these games are literally as different as they possibly could be. They're two completely, they're night and day difference. But yet, that specific group that's doing the hating, somehow, that's the commonality. They can bring it to, it's almost a kind of like, I mean, you almost have to kind of applaud it, where it's like, you guys are finding a way to bring these games together, and that's through just hating them equally for some reason. I don't know why. It's very strange. But yeah, I mean, that's the reality, man. Most people who are hating on this type of stuff, they're not really playing it. I see people hating on Xbox and they're not playing on Xbox. I'm one of those people sometimes, it's like, yeah, I just think that there's a lot of wasted energy. I've wasted a lot of energy hating on things. There's just too much good stuff out there, I think. There's too much good stuff, at least for now. Maybe it'll change in the future, but there's too much good stuff out there to be enjoying, I think, than to spend time hating and, getting wrapped up in that. I say this as somebody who, again, I have firsthand experience. Like, it's just not worth it, man. Like, life is too short. Life is too short. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be critical. There is a difference. I think there is a difference between being a hater and being critical. I think criticism is necessary, especially constructive criticism. For example, like, people ask the question about Astrobot, where they're like, would this game be nearly as successful if it wasn't leaning into nostalgia and it wasn't bringing in the guest bots? And I'm like, well, that's a great question. And I don't know. That might be a fair criticism. Like, can this game stand as tall on its own without that help? I don't know. If Astrobot 2 is just Astro and it's not focused on the nostalgic factor, I think that's a fair thing to ask. But at the same time, it's hard to say, because it's like, well, this is what it is. That is a part of it. That is a big part of it. It's what makes the game what it is. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit, Marcos. I was saying that I think Forza Horizon 6 is slated for next year, and that's why they're going to be okay delaying it to 2027. So Playground Games basically doesn't have to release 2 games in the same year. Radic, you're saying I'm not hating. It's more like I'm bored and I'm going to troll. If I upset someone, then I'm going to laugh. I mean, yeah, I guess I understand that side of the equation, where it's like, hey, if you take the bait, that's your fault for taking the bait. But I mean, there is some truth to that. I take the bait way too often. And yeah, the conclusion I come to is like, man, I gotta stop falling for the bait. Gotta stop falling for the bait, man. PlayStation full slate to Xbox. Says MBG, I own every console, but Astrobot is an excellent game made by a passionate team of developers. Sony deserves a lot of credit for supporting that studio. Love to hear it, man. Yeah, I mean, I am really curious about the future of Team Asobi. They are the phoenix, I guess you could say, that rose from the ashes of PlayStation's Japan studio. And people were devastated when the Japan studio got shuttered. But to see that this is what came out of it, it's like, damn, all right, well, this is quite literally, I think, the best outcome we could have asked for. So knowing that Sony feels so passionate, they feel so good about the success of Astrobot that they clearly really are behind Team Asobi now. And I really wonder, like, I wonder what they're going to do next, you know? Like, what does an Astrobot 2 look like? Should we get an Astro Kart? Should we get a bunch of spin-off games? I mean, how far can Sony and Team Asobi take Astrobot? Tarnished says, MBG, why do your tweets sometimes get met with explosive, flagrant replies filled with insults and gamer anger? I really don't know. My best guess, Tarnished, is that people think I'm trying to troll myself, and it's like I'm trying to troll people on Twitter. It's like I'm not a troll, dude. Like it is kind of like I'm at a point where like, yeah, I just basically laugh at it, man. Like it's because it's like, okay, like, dude, I'm taking literally 20 seconds out of my life to come up with this tweet, and it's not meant to upset anybody. I know it will. I don't know why it will, but that's all it is. Like, yeah, yesterday I posted how I think the PS5 Pro is the best console I've ever used, and I think it's a beast of a console. And it's like, dude, people get so upset. Like, why? I'm not here to tell you it's better than your console. I'm just saying I like it. I think it's awesome. It's the best one I've used. And I just think there's like, I don't know, there's this instinctive urge from some people. It's like, it's not the best. You're an idiot. You're an idiot if you think it's the best. It's like, I don't know, man. We got to ask the question, like, are you an idiot for getting this upset over me saying that single sentence that doesn't even involve you? You know, like at some point that question has to be asked. Not rudely, just earnestly. That's all. I just feel like, dude, whatever, you know? Do you. Gravitate towards what makes you feel good, not bad. If I make you feel bad, don't engage with my tweet. I see people drop replies on my tweets where like, you're just doing engagement bait, and it's like, you're literally engaging. I'm really not trying to be rude, but it's like, you are engaging, dude. Like, why am I going to stop doing what I'm doing here on Twitter because one random internet person, says I shouldn't do this? Dude, if I did that, I wouldn't even have this channel. I would have stopped back in 2016 when I first made the channel, and I got my first comment saying, you suck, bro, stop. It's the same behavior that's always existed, you know? It just seems to be a little bit more prevalent these days. But yeah, man, I think it's just, people got to try to go, you shouldn't force positivity in your life, but there's nothing wrong with trying to gravitate towards something that has a better chance of making you feel good rather than feel bad. You know what I mean? Like, that's all. Just try to gravitate, try to at least be balanced. But yeah, strange times, certainly. Anyone who wastes their time engaging with things they actively dislike are losers who don't respect their own time. I mean, again, I've done this with Xbox, and I can confirm, Gaming Survivor, I can confirm that, like, yeah, man, I feel like a loser. I feel like, man, what am I doing? What am I doing, man? I got to get it together. I could be playing Astrobot right now. Team Asobi should make their version of PlayStation All-Stars platform fighter memorable characters. Oh, I would be really interested to see how they could pull that off, if they could pull that off. Lady Gamer says, MBG, this is why I come to your channel, because I don't get called out about my opinions. Well, dude, that's the thing. I've tried to make this channel as accommodating as I can. Like, I can't change the fact that we are PlayStation focused. I can't change the fact that you're going to encounter passionate PlayStation fans. You are going to, and maybe some doomers as well, because I think that's another natural extension of myself. But I just want people to be able to, the only thing I've asked of people is to try to see the other side. I know that's so hard, man. Like, I think a lot of people dislike that. I think a lot of people have left my channel because of that. Like, a lot of people saw that I've been trying to give Xbox and Microsoft the benefit of the doubt. they're bringing their games over, and I'm like, all right, let's check it out. And it's really, really hard to do that. I get it. Like people, we have a natural inclination to just kind of stay in one lane all the time and have our single-minded focus. And I don't know. I definitely am in that zone at times, but I find it difficult to remain in that space for too long because I just have this natural desire to want to understand. I think that's all it is, to want to understand like where. And honestly, that's also been a bad thing. I will be totally honest with you guys. I, in many cases, would have been better off being stubborn, being closed-minded, and just sticking to whatever my thought process is. Because the worst thing about being open-minded, and this is a little bit of a warning, because there's always two sides to every coin. There's always a price to be paid. You have to be careful when going in, giving people the benefit of the doubt and being open-minded, because you're going to encounter a lot of shitty people that they just want to see you squirm. Like they just want to see you gaslit. They're not trying to actually have a productive, conducive conversation. They're not trying to see you improve. They're not trying to make the world better or make this a better place. They're just here to see how they can twist you and manipulate you and mess with you ultimately. And yeah, a lot of those people do fall under trolls, but there are layers of deception. So you just have to be aware of that. That's all. You got to be aware that if you're going to go out there and be open-minded and be willing to hear the other side, you're going to encounter some bad apples, so to speak. Yeah, you got to parry. Got to parry that shit. And there are certain instances where like I wish I was not so open-minded, and I wish I wasn't so willing to just try to understand the other side, because part of that understanding, I realize like there's a lot of people that I'm trying to understand that there is like, dude, you're thinking way too hard about it. They just don't give a shit. Like they just don't, like you're trying to rationalize an irrational mindset. What's that going to do? That's going to make you crazy. It's like they say, be careful when you stare into the abyss. But anyway, I'm going on and on here. Yeah, I'm going to be getting another poster here soon in like the next week and a half or so. So it's just going to look a little empty for now. All right. Patrick, sometimes that's true if he's walking in front of the camera. Yeah, sometimes you guys stare into the abyss. Yo, Rise was a pretty good game. I enjoyed my time with Rise. Wait, Rise 2 was meant to be first person until it got canceled? What? That's strange. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you make that a first person game. Tarnish, you're saying, I'm simultaneously keen on playing GTA 6 and not looking forward to it due to controversies it will spawn, mainly because of how rapidly the culture changes in USA nowadays. Might render GTA 6 as irrelevant. Well, I feel that way about many upcoming things, and I've just made the decision that, like, I just have to focus on how I feel about it, you know, and try to minimize the extra surrounding noise. Try to, you know, you'll be aware of it if you're engaged in the space. The noise will be there, but it's like trying to read something, like read a book or something. In a noisy environment, like you can't stop the noise from being there. It's going to be there, but you can kind of drown it out. You know, you can kind of tune it out and focus and lock in. Got to lock in. I feel like that's kind of what needs to be done these days with a lot of upcoming things, because yeah, it's like with Ghost of Yotei, like I've completely ignored the negativity towards Ghost of Yotei, because any negativity I've encountered, not all of it, it would be unfair to say all of it, but like the outside of genuine critique I've seen, and I want to give credit to some of the gaming community here where I've seen genuine critique of Ghost of Yotei so far, where it's not hate, it's just people being like, it looks a little too, like kind of what I saw with Spider-Man 2 is like too much of the same. Looks a little samey. I'm not as excited for this one this time around. You know, it's lost a bit of its luster. Stuff like that. Like I'm curious if this, I'm not sure if the story is going to be generic or not. Stuff like that. That's totally fair. Like, yeah, dude, I get it. Absolutely. But outside of that, everything else is just literal nonsense. That's like, this is where sometimes it's like, yeah, the internet's a mistake because like takes like this can be allowed to proliferate. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's like, this is, I guess, you know, it's the way it's always been, man. There's a lot of very dumb people. There's always been dumb people. It's just that the internet has allowed every dumb person to have reach, to have a voice, I guess. And unfortunately, other dumb people gravitate towards it. And you got to just be aware that, like, dude, when you're trying to be open-minded, when you're trying to be fair, or if you're trying to be positive while maintaining a certain realistic level of critical thinking, you're going to run into a lot of this. You're going to run into a lot of it. And I do feel like a lot of what I've seen with Ghost of Yotei is like, yeah, this is just bad. Like, look, I get there's a lot of gooners out there. Okay. And I get that it's like anytime there's a female protagonist in a video game, they want the gooner version. I understand that that's become a thing that's been growing in the gaming industry. And I'm not opposed to that if that's what the studio wants to do, if that's what they want to appeal to, and that's how they want to. I mean, it's a moneymaker. I'm not that way. I'm not like, I feel like I'm kind of in the middle where it's like, hey, if that's what's there, I'm not gonna cry about it. You know, it's like with Stellar Blade, like, oh, that's cool. Yeah, I have no problem at all. But if it's not, and it's like, we just put a normal person, I'm also not going to cry about it and be like, yeah, that's totally fine. That's not what I'm like. I'm not interested in whether or not, the main protagonist of Ghost of Yotei, if she's a D cup, you know, like, I'm not worried about that at all. Literally. Like, I mean, maybe that would be relevant when you're going to be in the hot springs. Maybe. I mean, maybe. But no, I'm just worried about, like, is this game going to be as good as Ghost of Tsushima? Because I'll tell you what, I wasn't worried about Jin's assets either. You know? Not worried. Like, every time Jin would get ready to go into the hot springs, I'm not like, damn, bro, look at that guy's ass. Look at those pecs. Like, I'm like, well, yeah, he's fit and he needs to be, because look at what he's doing. That's cool. Anyway, you know, like, you know, it's like, it's an afterthought. It's not even an afterthought. It's just not a thought. Don't be afraid to say in MBG, you're just normal. Jin's small ass always made me laugh. Jin's small ass Sakai. Was that his nickname? I mean, dude, maybe it's my age. I don't think so, though. Like, I'm not interested in things being hypersexualized, because to me, I don't have some kind of problem with it where it's like I'm a prude or something, or like, you know, I'm definitely not like I'm not one of those people where it's like, how dare you? Like, I just don't like, I don't know. It's like, that's not interesting to me. Like, I understand the base appeal where it's like, you know, sex sells, of course, but that's not interesting to me, you know? And I don't know, I guess the same just can't, you know, different strokes for different folks, right? I'm not trying to be judgmental. I just wish that the people that I encounter that like freak out about some stuff where it's like, why can't you just kind of be chill a little bit, you know? Like, who, like, why do, like, listen, if you have a problem with the way Atsu looks, there are plenty of other video games out there made by other developers that they're like, well, we want to make this character the most sexually attractive character ever. And there you go. Like, go play that game. And I don't know. I just feel like people are the only time. I don't want to go too deep into. I know this like veers into territory it's beating a dead horse. But the only time I actually was like I was kind of side eyeing a developer, truthfully, was with Spider-Man 2 with Mary Jane, where it was like, yeah, you guys did something, and it's blatantly obvious, and it's weird. Like that to me was like, and the reason why I'm even bringing this up is because when I was scrolling through Twitter yesterday, or maybe the day before, somebody put out a comparison picture, and they're like, here's a mod for Mary Jane and Spider-Man 2 that probably took like a couple days to make versus the Mary Jane we got in Spider-Man 2. And I was expecting when I saw that caption for it to be something ridiculous, like Mary Jane looking just like crazy, right? Going over the top, sexualizing her. And no, like they just, in fact, I was like, I would actually say like that, yeah, like Insomniac, this looks better. Just flat out, like this looks more like what Mary Jane should look like based off of what we know about this character, based on the comics, based on her history. This looks like a more accurate Mary Jane. Yeah, exactly. MJ is supposed to be good looking based on the source material. I mean, in some cases they do it a bit over the top, but and she looked fine in the first game, I would say. I didn't really notice anything, and I don't think anybody said anything, but it's just what they did in the second game, it was just so off-putting because it's like, what did you guys do? And you do have to question, and this does, this is why I talked about Spider-Man 2 with this stuff. I wasn't trying to go full anti-woke, although the whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing was kind of, that just made it even worse. But it was stuff like that where I'm like, I really hope there aren't weirdos in these studios being like, we need to make her ugly. We need to do it. We need to piss off the incels. Because like that to me is just as bad as the other weirdos being like, why are her tits not hanging out? Like, can we just stop and just be normal, mature adults? Like, yes, somebody at Insomniac should say, Mary Jane's face looks kind of off. I'm sorry if that offends you, but the game isn't about you and how you look. This is a video game with a fictional character, and this fictional character is supposed to look quite attractive. Fix her face. It's that's all it is. It's that simple. It's that simple, And it's like, well, ugly people should be able to. We're not talking about a ugly people having a place in video games. We're talking about Mary Jane. You know what I mean? Like if you want to make a new character and make him ugly, I'm not opposed to that. Make a character hideous for all I care. Just don't be surprised when people don't naturally gravitate towards that character. That's all. You're talking about human biology here. You can go as against human biology as you want, but the results are probably not going to be ideal. That doesn't mean I think you should go crazy over it and go in the complete opposite direction, but it's just, yeah, it's like if you're going to go out of your way to make a character unattractive, don't expect there to be as many fans. If you go out of your way to hypersexualize a character, expect your fans to be gooners. I'm more interested in the, in the in-between, which is like, can we just get relatively normal looking people? Like somewhat attractive, and I don't know. I think that sometimes people just have to remember that you're making a product that's meant to appeal to customers, to an audience, and it's just like if you make honestly, like this line of thinking can apply to an art style. If you make a game with just a rancid, bad art style that just people are like, this just looks bad. you know, I don't know what exactly about it looks bad, but something just doesn't look quite right. You're going to see people respond negatively, and and that artist is going to think, well, maybe we have to. I mean, we've seen this. We've seen games like, I mean, dude, like Concord is the perfect example of like, oh my God, Jesus, like put the woke stuff aside, put the hyper liberalism aside. Like, what is this art style? What are these designs? You know, like it just didn't look good, and it didn't have anything that hooked you. Dude, yet I have to say, GTA 6's trailer was wild for the fact that there were so many. I mean, you could tell like Rockstar's kind of leaning into it a little bit. But I mean, it makes sense. It's Rockstar. But they're leaning into like, so how many ass shots do you want of Lucia in this GTA 6 trailer? And just like, yes. You know, how buff and good looking do we want to make Jason? It's like, yes. It's like, okay. Well, these are some attractive people, very attractive people. And you know what? It's going to sell the game more. I mean, of all the games where you could have made the characters butt ugly, bro, you could have made them just tough to look at. It could have been GTA 6. You would have been fine. You would have been fine. But they're like, nah, we need this game to do the most numbers. I think they're giving her some muscle. There was this one shot I remember seeing in the trailer where she looked like she was jumping down and like punching somebody, and yeah, her back looked kind of ripped, and I'm like, all right, you know, I have no problem with women with muscle. The only time I get a little freaked out about, well, I feel this way about men too, people who are on massive amounts of steroids and just look like, yeah, I mean, men, it's maybe less off-putting because, you know, men naturally, because of, well, for multiple reasons regarding hormones, they just naturally have more muscle. But like, I don't know, when you see like a roided out woman, like I try not to be judgmental, where it's like, you do you. But I can't deny it's like it's I don't know, it's just it's off-putting to me, where it's like, I mean, why do you have 18-inch biceps? Like, I'm gonna ask a dude how they have 18-inch biceps, and or like 19-inch biceps, maybe like 22-inch biceps. There we go. And then it's like, yeah, you're probably on the juice, you know. Like, I don't think you can really achieve that naturally. But then you see a woman with 22-inch biceps, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, I know like some dudes are into that. Some dudes are into that. But yeah, it's and to be honest, like the thing that's unattractive to me about it, and I try not to judge. Everybody's on something these days apparently, but I'm not into the idea of juicing or using steroids or anything. I've veered very close to that territory, but I just deemed it's not worth it. You know, like I'd rather just try to build whatever I can naturally. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's because like back in the day, I used to really look up to bodybuilders, and I really felt like, yeah, I believe in synthol. There you go. I just really, you know, I was young, and I was like, man, I think I want to, you know, I was like looking at, like the day I found out Arnold used steroids, I was like devastated. I'm like, and you know, you're young, you don't know, but you learn like, yeah, this shit's not, like none of this is really, I'm not saying it's not real. Cause like, to be clear, if you take steroids, you have to work your ass off to still build muscle. Like steroids are not a shortcut. People think that, and I'm not trying to defend them, but I'm just saying steroids they're a way for you to break through your genes in a lot of cases, like to push past the natural limit of like, listen, man, naturally, this is as big as your biceps going to get. This is as big as your quads are going to get. You take the steroids, you still put in the work, you're going to go past that barrier, more than likely. Some cases, people can't, even with the steroids. But But yeah, it's like when you see like Batista, I think he used to be I mean, dude, he was a monster. Shadowlink wants the muscle measurements. He was a monster, dude. And you look at him today, and he clearly had to stop juicing as much because it's gonna it'll kill you. It'll straight up kill you. I mean, even when you look at Arnold today, I mean, he's very, very old, but I just kind of realized back then when I was, and I know that we're on a total aside right now. It's not necessarily relevant to gaming, but I was just like, yeah, dude, I can't do this to myself. You know, it's not worth it. Skinny Tista. Yeah, Raven, it's absolutely like, dude, that's why I always still respect bodybuilders. Like, I'm not into, or not even just bodybuilders, but anybody who's taking some kind of steroid. I still have a respect because you still have to have an incredibly, I mean, dude, like you have to have insane discipline. I've seen people in the past where they were taking all the steroids, but their work ethic was not great and their diet was trash and they didn't make any progress. And I'm just like, dude, you're just destroying your body hormonally and you're not even getting the results. So, you know, it's not I think there's a misconception where it's like, it does alter your body's chemistry. Absolutely. And it does have negative side effects, especially if you're not using it correctly. But make no mistake, like you need to put in the work. You need the discipline, you need to put in the work. And that's just that's whether you're natural, whether you're unnatural, you need to put in the work. And that'll never change. But yeah, I mean, it's just, there's always been that timeless thing of like, so can I look like you? It's like, yeah, you know, like lift hard, train hard, eat your greens, get your protein, get your sleep, and you can look like me. It's like, you're going to tell them about all the steroids you're taking or what, bro? Like, how much Dianabol did you take? Like, you know, and it's just like, no. Now, these days, it's interesting because if you watch like a lot of fitness YouTubers, it's become like a more transparent thing, which I think is good. It's become, I think like steroids are I mean, they're still illegal, I believe, at least in the US. Pretty sure they're still very illegal in the US, but they've become just like alcohol to a degree where it's like, they're very different, but you know, it's like, yeah, people were going to do this. Like we need to kind of, you should probably just accept that people are going to do this, or like kind of like marijuana, right? Where, you know, like just, what's the term I'm looking for? I can't think of the term, but it's not like a I mean, I guess it could be like a recreational activity. God, I can't think of the word. Like where the government basically like says, okay, we're gonna let this be legal, but we have to. God, why can't I think of the word? It's driving me nuts. Where they have to monitor it, like they have to basically like determine like here's what's okay, here's what's not, and you know, regulate. Thank you. I kept thinking of relegate. I don't know. That was the word that was coming to mind. Regulate. Thank you. That's why I'm glad you guys are here. Yes, like you should probably just regulate it and not necessarily keep it like just totally illegal. Because you know what's crazy is like if you go to any gym, like you're gonna see people on steroids. Doesn't matter where you are. And it's still just kind of like, you know, it still has to be treated like this. We don't talk about it, and you got to be low key about it and whatnot. But it's like people are gonna do it, and it's, if anything, it's like these days we need to educate like the youth and let them know, because like if they're gonna do it, which they're going to, you know, you're gonna see teens going on gear. You got to educate them, man. You know, because I mean, people have died. People have ruined their bodies. And there's a lot of bad information. I don't know. Because when it goes legal, that's millions and millions of dollars flowing. I mean, yeah, I think about like the supplement industry too. The supplement industry is fascinating because it's like, I learned the hard way with supplements that, man, so much of it is a scam. Like, so much of it. It's not that it doesn't have its use, but it's like, I just kind of see things through a different lens now where it's like, I feel like mostly everything that's being sold is like, this is a scam. The only two things, and this is all I take. Well, there's three things. The three things that I take four things actually. The scam. Let me tell you, the supplement industry is a scam, but let me tell you all the supplements I'm taking, all right? Listen up. I got 4 supplements. I got 5 supplements. Maybe I got like 10. No, in all seriousness, though, I take 4 supplements. I take fish oil. I take ashwagandha. And the main reason I take ashwagandha, by the way, this is the one I got here, it says it promotes like relaxation and whatnot. It's for my blood pressure usually. But I kind of cycle this. It's actually, there's vitamin D in it too. I don't take it every single day, but I take it to, help. Yeah, it helps my blood pressure naturally. I take whey protein and creatine. And that's it. That's all I take. Guy Gravity's like, inform us, MBG. Dude, I'll tell you, the craziest I ever got with supplements. Well, hold on. Gaming Survivor says, for Gaming Survivor, I almost took you serious for a second. You're like, whey protein's a scam. I don't think protein's a scam. I think it can be. I question just how much protein you really need. Now, it has been scientifically proven that if you're trying to build muscle, if you're training for muscular hypertrophy, which is muscular growth, you want to grow the muscle, you want it to be bigger. I want bigger muscles, my muscles. More protein does help, and it does help build that muscle quicker, but there is like a limit. Basically every person's body has a limit, a threshold of like, here's how much protein we can use, the rest you're pissing out, and you're gonna, like, I'm not trying to freak, it's not about scaring anybody, but like, you can put some strain on your kidneys. Your organs have to filter things out. They have to filter things out. I just realized, MVP Moss, I'm so sorry, bro. I completely ignored your milestone chat. I do apologize. I'm going to read it in a minute just so we're not all over the place. That's my bad, dude. I will read it. Don't worry. But like, yeah, if you're putting like way more protein in your body than your body can actually use and handle, it's just going to have to get filtered out. It's just like why I don't take multivitamins, dude. I don't take multivitamins because it's just like your body, like, you're going to get 99% of it in food. And it's like, but what about that one thing you might not get? Like, dude, come on, you're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Like, just eat a different food and you'll probably get it, Omen, yeah, man. Yeah, very sad, very sad. We had a whole segment where we talked about that, and I played the PlayStation VR 2 commercial that featured Ozzy Osbourne. Rest in peace. I don't think multivitamins are scams fully. I don't know though. Like, I think supplements, I think people have this misconception, and I think these companies that make these supplements, they understand the misconception and they lean into it. Where it's like, they are supplemental. They are not meant to replace your diet. And it's like, unless you're really like eating a really shit diet constantly and you have no diversity in your diet at all, you might want to take a multivitamin, and you probably don't even have to take it every day. That's another thing I think is a total scam, by the way. This idea that you have to take a multivitamin every day, how does that make sense? So if I look at my multivitamin and it gives me every single I guess you could say every single nutrient that you would need, that the body would need, and it's 200%, 150% for each. So I'm putting more than my body, like for your daily value, I'm putting more in my body than it actually needs. Therefore, I am pissing some of it out. But now I'm I'm going to need this every day. You're going to need more than 100% every single day on top of what you're eating. That I don't believe that for a second. That sounds like a scam, dude. You know? I really believe that. I think it's just like if you take a multivitamin, and this is just my opinion. I don't have anything to prove this. I'm just saying, like, to me, I think taking a multivitamin a couple days a week, if you really feel like you need it, is probably all you need. That's probably more than enough. So you're just making sure throughout the week that your body holds on to stuff too, by the way. You know, your body's not just going to, like, if you give your body a nutrient, like a vitamin or a mineral that it's been lacking severely, and you give your body the exact amount it needs, you're refilling your store for a little bit. It's not going to just deplete overnight. I don't know. I could go on and on about this stuff forever. This is basically, I'm sorry, this is members lounge content right now, but all this is to say that Ghost of Yote is going to be amazing. Okay, Ghost of Yote is going to teach you the way you're going to be foraging for vegetables. You're going to be cooking your stews and your soups and keeping Atsu nice and healthy so she can keep slicing and dicing, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say here. MVP Moss 84. Sorry to keep you waiting with your milestone chat. You're saying Intergalactic is my most anticipated game, and I'm looking forward to the story and gameplay. And I know there's going to be a lot of hate, but who cares? And that's the best attitude to have. That's the best attitude to have, man. Like, I'll tell you what, I really don't care at this point what people think, because I'm tired of people acting like Naughty Dog is a garbage studio. It's like, no, they're not. Like, do they have some woke tendencies or are they left leaning? Sure, but are they a bad, untalented studio? No. I want them to make a good game with a good story featuring interesting characters and, more importantly, incredible gameplay. If they do that, that's all that matters. That's all that matters, dude. I don't give a shit if the character's bald. I don't give a shit if the character is, you know, the most well, if the character's annoying, that's a problem for the story. But, like, I'm just saying, like, I don't care what this character looks like. I don't care about that at all. And I think, if anything, people just fell for the bait. I don't know if Naughty Dog did it purposely, but I think too many people fell for the bait. We're like, she's bald. She's bald. Why is she bald? She's ugly. She's bald. It's like, and yeah, and you've proven that you're a shallow individual that, like, I'm not trying to take shots at anybody, but it's just like, come on, man. Like, you're falling for the bait. Like, they want you to be mad at her shaving her head. Save your anger. Save your angst. When the gameplay looks bad, which it won't, but when that happens, then start hating then. Start freaking out then, you know? When the story seems really uninteresting and cringe or whatever, then hate. You're hating on the wrong thing. You're falling for the bait. You're going to be the reason why there's no room for nuanced criticism. Don't do that. She's bald because of MK2. Dude, I agree with what people are saying. They should give her a wig. I feel like her having a shaved head in Intergalactic makes total sense, because it's like, yeah, dude, it's a new character. She can look however she wants. Making Jade bald, it's an established character, man. Come on. Like, it's like making Snake bald. Like, he's got to have a mullet, bro. Would I want to see Snake bald with a bandana? Hell yeah. Sounds badass. Bald is beautiful, right? But that's not true to the character. You got to give him a freaking mullet. So if you cast a bald actor to play Snake, you give that man a wig. Can we just ban all bald people? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We need more bald people. We'll see Kratos with hair. Yeah, I would love to see that next, right? Live action version of God of War. Kratos, just long flowing locks, bro. You know what? You know what, though? I'd pay to see that. Shem says, take the hat off. Another day. Another day. You're going to let people talk about baldness like that, MBG? I'm about to kick your ass. No, it's all good. Omen says, yes, MBG, Astrobot is one of the best video games ever made. It's as close to a perfect game as it can get. That being said, DK Bonanza is the next evolution in platforming. Yes, it's that good. God damn. Omen, Omen, I could only assume at this point you are sitting in a gorilla suit, man. I can only assume you are flat out cosplaying while playing this game. He's going crazy. Owen's going crazy for Donkey Kong. Do you think it's going to win Game of the Year? It's been a long time. Let the head breathe. Whoa. Shems, calm down. Calm down. Omen is going bonanza for Nintendo. Omen's getting commission on Donkey Kong. Turns out bro just got hired by Nintendo. Explains a lot. Bro just made a massive investment in Nintendo stock. I believe him. I mean, I have seen people really talking, like, very, I don't know. Like, I see people getting mad at it too. It's interesting because what I was talking about with Astrobot, I'm seeing for the Nintendo side of things too, where I am seeing people kind of hating on Donkey Kong. And I'm like, well, damn, dude. Sorry, I just saw the official Ozzy Osbourne account posting about his passing. Damn. You know what? All right. Hold on. We got to make this happen. I have to tweet. We're going to do this live. I'm going to have to tweet this Ozzy Osbourne PSVR 2 ad because it's because I was thinking about posting something talking about his passing, you know, and I'm like, what better than Ozzy Osbourne killing a storm bird? All right, we'll do this live. Hang tight. Let me see. It's called Horizon Call the Mountain. I wonder if it'll just let me directly post it. Let's see. Sad day, man. Ozzy's such a legend. Do I have it saved under my videos? Where is it? Hold on. Ah, okay, I got it. All right, hold on. Let's see. All right. I think we're good. Let me just make sure this is working.
Where did this come from?
Oh, I almost just misspelled his name. That wouldn't be good. All right. Sorry about that. Thank you guys for hanging tight while we did that. Yeah, don't want to spell his name wrong. Actually, let me double check. Now I'm freaked out. No, I think I got it. I think I got it. I think we're good. Okay. Well, rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne. True legend. He's in Brutal Legend. You know, I actually didn't know that. I know Jack Black was in Brutal Legend. I didn't realize Ozzy was in it. Go play Brutal Legend. That's an old one, man. Was he in any Guitar Hero game? Shems wants me to eat a bat. No way, bro. I'm not cool like that. There's only one person that could eat a bat and make it look good. Oh, Lemmy's in it too? Wow, I didn't know that. Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero. All right, Shadowlink, thanks for hanging out, man. Thank you for dropping some membership gifts today. You know I appreciate that, bud. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, at this point, I guess we'll keep going for a little bit longer. I'm feeling pretty good today. I got a short workout in earlier. I think it helped boost my energy levels, and I'll probably do a second workout a little bit later. Well, we're going to do our reps at the end of the stream, but Guitar Hero Warriors of Rock. I miss Guitar Hero. I miss Rock Band. Earlier I was just doing a little bit of shoulder work, a little bit of delts. Shadowlink says hit the like button before you leave. Yeah, if you're still here and you haven't, hit that like button. We're almost at 150 likes. If you are going to head out at any point, make sure you hit the like button. Omen says Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze is one of the best 2D platformers as well, by the way, no joke. You got a big poster of Ozzy and the gang in your room growing up. That's cool. Yeah, I used to have a lot of band posters too. I remember back in the day, I'd be in my shed, the drum kit. My dad helped me set it up. He put band posters everywhere. Everywhere. We got any Oasis fans here? I'm asking because I've been seeing clips of Oasis going around their reunion. They finally got back together. They sound really good. Oasis is pretty good. I've always liked them. We need more rock AAA games. We do. Zero point. It'll get political in the chat for no reason, but I'll refrain. No. We want to keep it. We want to keep it chill. We want to keep it chill. Bro, the gig lineup in heaven must be crazy. Did you enjoy the zombie songs, like the Easter egg songs in Black Ops 1 World at War? Yeah, dude. And I know that Avenged Sevenfold partnered with Treyarch on many occasions, actually. Dude, I think at the end of Black Ops 2, there's like a secret Avenged Sevenfold ending where they're like playing a show and they're playing a new song. And the song is actually really good. Yeah, I like that they did stuff like that. Omen says, what I like about Astrobot, though, is that Sony makes the first platformer in decades instant game of the year. You can't make that stuff up. Yeah, I was shocked by that, man. I knew Astrobot was going to be good. I didn't think it was going to be that good. Team Asobi, again, really, really curious to see. Really curious to see where that studio ends up. They have so much potential, man. So I think what we'll do, we're at the 3 hour and 50 minute mark. So I think we'll just go for another 10 minutes and round it out. had a solid 4-hour stream. I did release a video earlier, covering some it was covering some of the topics we discussed yesterday, but also some newer topics today. And I think what we'll do is we'll save the members lounge for tomorrow. But I want to make sure to do some reps at the end. So maybe I'll do that in the next like 5 minutes or so. We'll play some Ozzy, and then we'll just wrap it up from there. I got to play some more Death Stranding too, man. React to a Brutal Legend trailer. I'll pass on that for now. Maybe we can in the next members lounge. I do have a couple of Mighty Keith videos that I apparently have to react to. I forgot to do that in the last members lounge. People were telling me he's got some pretty good ones out. Zero Point says he doesn't understand politics. Well, the problem with politics is at the end of the day, politics are it's just about different ways of life when you really whittle it down. People disagreeing about what's the best way to live. You know, what's the best way to run a society, to run the civilization. Omen says he bought Lego Horizon for the Switch just because he wanted to see that PlayStation Studios logo pop up. That's cursed, man. Well, next up, Omen, you got to buy an Xbox and then buy Helldivers 2 for that Xbox. Will you take it that far? Before I know it, Omen's going to be in here being like, bro, Helldivers on Xbox is incredible. Lady Gamer is respectfully asking if we can stop talking about politics. I don't blame you. It does get tiresome because it feels like a giant hamster wheel. War Pigs. Oh, yes. War Pigs is fantastic. Maybe that's what I should play. That's a long song. I wouldn't be able to play the whole thing, but War Pigs is a fantastic song, dude. I think that's one of their best. War Pigs has to be one of the best songs ever made. Piper, a member for 5 months, says there's just no way that someone just said Ozzy is in heaven. That man worships Satan all his life. No disrespect. It's the irony of it, Piper. It's the irony of it. I mean, yeah, I can understand why some people are like, yeah, I don't think Ozzy went to heaven. Because it's true, his whole persona is the Prince of Darkness and, you know, the darker side of things. But I don't know, it's interesting because like Ozzy and a lot of his music, you could, you know, there's a softer side there. You know? There's a softer there's Ozzy seemed like a good dude at the end of the day. To be honest, I think a lot of what you see out there, Magnum says he's the Antichrist. Yeah. I think a lot of what you see out there with these different bands and like metal and rock and like the whole, you know, the imagery and the look, I think a lot of it's just for show. I think it's just to make it seem. It's like, it reminds me of Alice Cooper. Like Alice Cooper, you know, he's like the king of shock rock. And yeah, he sings about some of the craziest stuff, dude. But then you could tell like he's just a totally normal, down to earth, regular dude, a really nice guy, and it's just like, huh, interesting. You know, it's like you wouldn't expect that. I think that's just how it is for a lot of music artists, honestly. I think a lot of it's just branding and imagery and, you know, have a certain reputation. I love how Piper was caught so off guard by that. He's like, ain't no way you said that bro was up in heaven. Ain't no way. Sometimes people wear crosses because they want to be saved. Oh, that's deep. Metroid Prime Remaster is great too. It's the kind of shooter I've been missing for years. All right, well, here's what we're going to do. So I don't know, I'm thinking about playing War Pigs. some Black Sabbath War Pigs. Would I be able to play that okay, not get in trouble? I don't know. Should you do War Pigs or Mr. Crowley? What do you think? What do you think is more appropriate for Ozzy's passing? We'll do some reps. I'm undecided. Oh, No More Tears. That's a good one. Oh, I might do that one. That's a really good one. I forgot about No More Tears. All right, let me check here. Oh wow, that's like his one of his top songs too. All right, hold on. Let me damn, man. Ozzy slaps. Yeah, I haven't heard that in such a long time. Really feeling the burn though. God damn. In the bush. Feeling the burn. Absolutely. Well, yeah, rest in peace. Ozzy Osbourne. Sad day. It's definitely it's tribute. Those are my tribute reps, man. Ozzy's spirit is here. Yeah, well, that was a long song. I forgot how long that song is, dude. That's like a 7.5 minute song. It's a long one. You've once seen Black Sabbath perform live with Ronnie James Dio singing. They're named Heaven and Hell. Dio was also a legend. Also, yeah, he passed away a while ago. That's awesome, Omen. Well, guys, I think that will about wrap today up. Unless somebody wants to drop 50 memberships right now. You go ahead, drop 50 memberships for those reps. Well, we let me see where we're at. Hold on. Okay. You know, it's weird. It says we're at 53 members, but we're going to do a members lounge tomorrow. 50 emojis. Yeah, we're Silent Spartan. He's going to like come out of nowhere. No, we will be doing a members lounge tomorrow. Like I said, if you are a member or if you got gifted a membership, go check out yesterday's member only stream. We live streamed Astrobot gameplay. I did the final mastery level and it was really tough. It's really, really tough. So, before I head out, I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It was a long stream, longer than I expected it to be. Was not anticipating today's stream to be 4 hours long. But we got over 50 members. Thank you to everybody who dropped membership gifts or if you became a member. Really appreciate that. Thank you to everybody who dropped any super chats or direct donations. You know I appreciate it. You guys power the content. You guys make it possible. So thank you so much. And also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see Devil Shooter in the comments, show him some love. Give him some thumbs up on his post. Treat it like it's Death Stranding out here, because he does a great job, and we really appreciate what he does. And we got to remind everybody, there are timestamps. I almost said there are super chats. There are timestamps for the streams. So, all right, guys. The only other thing I'm going to ask you to do as you are leaving the stream is to hit that like button. We're at 160 likes, so make sure you hit it on your way out. And if you haven't already, go check out the video that I released earlier. It's just a, PlayStation news update video. And yeah, we should, hopefully, if everything goes smoothly, we should be back tomorrow. So, guys, please enjoy the rest of your day. Rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne. And Omen86 says, where can I pre-order the perma hat? Actually, hold on, before I head out, Omen, I'll just post this in the chat for you. I'll get you a link. I should have this link ready to go, but I don't. Okay. Here you go. And this is for everybody that's still in the chat. This is the merch store. No, that's the wrong link. Don't click that. Why didn't it? Hold on. Why didn't it copy the link? Let me try this again. I think I almost just sent you to the PSVR2 Ozzy Osbourne ad. Here you go. So that's the link to my little merch shop. We have just a bunch of hats over there. The perma hat is there. You don't have to pre-order. It's up. And oh, Omen, just a heads up. And this is for anybody. If anybody's planning on buying anything, use this code. Okay? Use this code and you get $5 off. All right? That code, I think, is good till this Friday. So, guys, once again, thank you so much. Please enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to go eat some dinner and get another workout in and get some Death Stranding 2 playtime in. I hope to see you guys back here tomorrow. So that does it. Until then, take care, everyone.